I'm going to call this meeting of the Gloucester School Committee to order. The mission of Gloucester Public Schools is for all students to be successful, engaged, lifelong learners. This meeting is recorded by video and audio in accordance with the state open meeting law, consistent with the governor's orders, suspending certain provisions of the open meeting law and banning gatherings of more than 25 people. This meeting will be conducted by remote participation. If you're calling in on a phone, you can press *9 to request to speak. If you're watching on a computer or a device, there is a raise hand button that you can tap or press to request to speak. Please use either of these options during oral communications to be recognized to speak. Maria, we'd like to have a roll call of the school committee in attendance this evening.
Ms. Wiesen.
Here.
Kathy Clancy.
Here.
Mr. Favazza.
Here.
Chairman Pope.
Here.
Ms. Prince.
Here.
Mayor Taken, I don't believe is here yet, and Ms. Watson.
Here.
Okay, we have 59 people in attendance as attendees. We're going to be going into executive session, and we will, for the purpose of discussing negotiations. We will reconvene at 6 o'clock in public, at which time we will proceed with our regular agenda. You know, we will, if by chance we finish up our executive session before 6 o'clock, we will recess and start at 6 o'clock in public. So we're going to, as I said, go into executive session, and which is exclusive to just the school committee. But thank you for showing up, and I hope to see you at 6 o'clock.
Mr. Chair, is there, excuse me, is there a requirement that we finish executive session by 6 o'clock, or is there the potential that if we have not finished our discussion that would be able to go longer as part of the overall meeting?
The reason I pushed, in the original agenda, we had executive session at the end of the evening. And I felt that that was a bad idea because we have important issues to talk about in executive session. And with public input coming tonight, who knows when that might be. So I would like to finish by 6 o'clock, just to stay on track for those who want to weigh in on you know, on the issues where they can, the public. We can discuss that as we approach 6 o'clock, whether we want to reconvene an executive session at the end of the meeting, or if it's just another 10 minutes, we can do that. But we'll talk. Let's see where we get, and no, there's nothing written in stone that says we have to do that. But it is my preference to make ourselves available to the public on a timely basis. Okay, that being said, do we have a motion to go in executive session?
So moved. Second.
Okay, so the motion to meet in executive session pursuant to Massachusetts General Laws, Chapter 30A, Section 21A, for the following purpose: as an open meeting may have detrimental effects on the bargaining or litigating position of the public body. And we will return into public session, as I said, as close to 6 o'clock as possible. And we had to discuss collective bargaining. So Maria, could we have a roll call vote?
Ms. Wiesen.
Yes.
Kathy
Can
Clancy.
anyone? Okay,
Yes.
now okay. I couldn't hear anyone, I'm sorry.
Okay, we're just voting to go into executive session.
Okay, yes.
Mr. Favazza.
Yes.
Chairman Pope.
Yes.
Ms. Prince.
Yes.
Mayor Taken,
Yes,
and Ms. Watson.
Yes.
Okay, we will meet again in executive session. So leave this meeting, otherwise people can hear what you're saying. All right, we are back in public session, and to all the attendees and all of the participants, I apologize for the late start. We all have a lot on our plate right now, and there are very important issues that require understanding by everybody involved, and we try not to cut things short. So I'm going to start. I read this earlier when we opened in public, but I'm going to read it again for the benefit of the public. This meeting is recorded by video and audio in accordance with the state open meeting law, consistent with the governor's orders suspending certain provisions of the open meeting law and banning gatherings of more than 25 people. This meeting will be conducted by remote participation. If you are calling in on a phone, you can press *9 to request to speak. If you're watching on a computer or device, there is a raise hand button that you can tap or press to request to speak. Please use either of these options during oral communications to be recognized to speak. That being said, we will also have this evening a public input on the decision that we hope to resolve this evening about how we're going to proceed with the reopening of Gloucester High School. So I'll ask that people who want to speak to that wait until that opportunity, and that opportunity will come after we get a presentation on the reopening of schools. So, and I just want to say, one of the things that we will be taking up tonight is we'll be transferring all of our available funds that are unencumbered to help supplement the budget to pay for the things that we know that we are going to have to be buying. But it also puts us in a position where we have very little wiggle room moving forward with this year's budget. Many things are unclear, and the federal government funding expire for many aspects of the things that we may be able to reimburse for will expire at the end of this calendar year. And so we'll be going into January next year possibly without a lot of funding that we desperately need. So as much as we would like to do absolutely everything we can to assure everybody financial stability as well as security and safety, we have to manage the financial situation that we are given. So that has to be a consideration when we talk about things. So with that being said, we will go to oral communications. And as I said, oral communications, the public shall have the opportunity at every regular school committee meeting to be heard under oral communications. Oral communications shall allow any resident who has a request or a complaint of any nature relative to the school committee business to appear before the school committee, state their problem without debate, and the matter may be referred to the proper subcommittee. For items that are on the agenda, members of the public may address the committee with the permission of the chair. Persons speaking under oral communication shall be limited to 3 minutes each and shall submit a copy of their prepared communication to the recording secretary. The school committee chair shall not allow complaints as to individual performance or character. Okay, so that being said, I am going to open it up for oral communications. And I will reiterate that if you want to talk about the high school reopening plan, please wait until after the presentation. Cynthia.
Members of the school committee. Earlier today, my comments were silenced by a school committee member who presumably didn't like what I had to say on behalf of the students and teachers of Gloucester regarding the health and safety of our school buildings. To date, we have gotten no data from the school committee on the status of the air circulation systems of the buildings that we work in, and that you, the community, send your children in daily. I had brought up a master plan study of 2014 that's posted on the GPS website regarding the conditions of the HVAC in all the elementary schools. There also exists a more updated feasibility study of veterans in East Gloucester School dated 2019, 1 year ago, by Doran Whittier, the West Paris architect and the ones assisting us with the East Gloucester Vets project. Both studies consistently state the following phrases with regard to the current HVAC systems. The system appears to have received below average maintenance. The majority of the building's HVAC are in poor conditions beyond their useful service life and in need of replacement. I emphasize the word replacement. And they give other failing grades to our building's conditions. These very poor building conditions were what prompted the massive undertaking of spending tens of millions of dollars to build a new school. Yet, when we are faced with sending children into these buildings during a pandemic, the narrative is that they are safe and healthy for in-person instruction. I dare say that the narrative seems to change to suit the school committee's needs. Because we have not yet received an independent inspection of the air circulation systems of the GPS buildings and have been told point blank that we will not at this time. At this time, we are not convinced that our schools are safe. Additionally, we contend that the plan that the superintendent presented and that the school committee voted on is not the safest for the students and staff of the Gloucester Public Schools. The 3 feet of distancing and the all-in numbers of students up to 20 in a classroom were repeated concerns of the school committee members, our Director of Public Health, and the Director of Public Works during your meetings. Yet you are now promoting just those conditions as being safe for our students. What are we to believe? To be clear, the GTA has presented to the school committee a plan that absolutely engages every current teacher with their students in a phase into schools, while also supporting our highest need students by successfully investigating safe and supervised locations around the city while maintaining a distance of at least 6 feet and requiring masks of all students and staff. For the record, the narrative that teachers do not want to teach, have delayed bargaining, and have only their own interests in mind are falsehoods. The GTA has and always will prioritize the health and safety of our students, staff, and families of our community. Our plan, which is similar to our immediately surrounding communities of Rockport and Manchester, Essex, among others, is the safest and therefore provides the highest quality education to students. It is the GTA's stance that the let's see what happens experiment that is put forth by the school committee is irresponsible and dangerous. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. I see no other people raising the hands. Okay, Matthew Lewis.
Good evening, school committee. Thank you again for accepting this time. I'd just like to briefly reiterate what our president said a moment ago. We want to return to see our students. We desperately miss our students and our community, but we cannot do so until it's safe. It is unfair that our concerns about the quality of the buildings have been unheard, and we strongly hope that you will take a study as recent as last year into consideration as we further our plans to reopen. Again, I thank you for your time and wish you well. Thank you.
Cynthia Machowski.
I think, this is Cynthia Carney. I think you unmuted the wrong Cynthia.
Oh, I got it now. Thank you. I actually am going to keep this brief because I wanted to speak after the presentation. But to back up what my 2 colleagues had just said, the only concern we have is about safety. Every teacher absolutely wants to be with their students, and it is the best thing for students to be back in the building with teachers. But risking people's lives and health is not what it is. So I just am going to read Dr. Fauci, our nation's expert, who just on beginning of August had I'm going to read from an interview that he did on Good Morning America, talking about how it is vital for kids to get back into school. And what he said, and I'm reading it right now, you've got to be careful because what trumps everything is being sensitive to and attentive to the health, the safety, and the welfare of the children, of the teachers, and secondarily of the families of those individuals. So when the school committee has brought up that 80% of parents want their children in school, the part that has been left out is that they want their children in school when it is safe to do so. And that is the biggest thing. And even Dr. Fauci had said that. And I'm also going to take a moment to brag. Back in May, I wrote him a letter and he responded to me. So just so you know, we are in good hands with this man, that he told me, thank you for your kind words, Cynthia. They're much appreciated, Tony. So if I need to call Tony to back us up, I will. Anyhow, thank you.
Mary Ann Boucher.
Hi, I wasn't planning on speaking tonight. Mary Ann Boucher, 93 Mount Pleasant Avenue. However, I have spent every breathing moment for the last 8 years attending school committee meetings. And I have listened to the school committee state over and over and over again that our buildings are not safe. You know I'm an advocate for our neighborhood schools, and I want to keep our neighborhood schools. However, each and every meeting I've been told by school committee members that our schools are some of the worst in the state. And I can't sit here and not speak up and say, how can you tell the people now that our buildings are safe when you have been telling me and everybody that sits in every meeting that the buildings are not safe? If I'm going to speak up for children and do it right, I have to be open and honest whether we keep our little schools or not. You're the ones who have been telling all of these people that East Gloucester School is the worst in the state. And now you're saying that these schools are safe. You can't say one thing to meet the narrative one moment and then change it in the next moment. Pick a lane, stick with it. I'm really, really disturbed by our school committee and what's going on. Thank you.
We have somebody here that's CR. Please, I'm going to allow you to speak. Let's identify yourself. Mhm. We're having some difficulty. Can you hear us? Because we can't hear you. I'm going to move on to the next person. We have Deborah Kelly.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, I am Deborah Kelly. I am a teacher at the Gloucester Preschool. And I'd like to read a list of concerns that we've put together as a staff with regard to the opening of the preschool facilities for the DESE set timeline. We've collaborated since June, trying to use the platforms that were available to us. And currently, we just have many, many unanswered questions, not just unanswered questions, but the inability to actually follow the DESE guidelines and the plan that was put forth and voted on by the school committee. That plan included a request for additional staff, which has been repeated in public and at parent forums, and they're necessary. And at this juncture, I don't believe they have been approved, nor have they been posted. Those additional staff members are necessary to maintain the cleanliness of the classroom materials, to toilet children, which includes diapering more than a third of every classroom, and full removal and regowning of PPE. Also to take care of managing ill students. It won't be feasible Without that staffing, it would be impossible for us to take a lunch break, a mask break, a bathroom break within the daily 5-hour schedule, as you can't leave a staff member alone with an entire group of 11 children. There's no place structurally for the teachers to take their break. That has been taken over and made into office space. The building environment currently is not in compliance with the DESE guidelines for facility openings. There's wall-to-wall carpeting, and the children will be playing and eating on those rugs daily. That poses a significant health and safety concern to us. We have been told that temporary classroom sinks are ordered, but we received confirmation that those will not be until the middle of October, a month after the students arrive. Currently, we have one small outdoor space for 8 classrooms, leaving our students the option to leave the classroom for their 5-hour school day minimal. We don't have another space in the building to bring the children during the day, so they will be confined to their, I believe yoga mats were ordered. I'm not sure where we're putting the materials because all the furniture is still currently bolted in my classroom and it needs to be completely stripped and reconfigured. There will not be room for my tables for the children to eat with the projected 6 feet of distance. There's no timeline in place for this arduous move. I can personally tell you that I've moved my classroom 4 times in about 10 years, and it's taken me 2 full weeks of 30 hours to complete that task. Right now, there are not program solutions with regard to arrival and departure and workflow that we could meet sufficiently to bring the children in. Most of them require hand-to-hand or sometimes to be carried. At this point, the remote learning committee was ceased in the end of June and has not reconvened. And so we haven't been able to move forward with a fully developed plan for that. We have many other questions, but the basic plan that was outlined is not something that's being structurally provided for at this time, or what has been put out to the public. And I've discussed this with Anne Marie, and she frankly doesn't have answers to the questions either. She doesn't have a secondary plan without the approval of those necessary resources. Thank you.
CK, so please identify yourself.
Oh, hi, sorry about that. This is Catherine Ryan. And I wanted to mention over the weekend during the public discussions about reopening, the superintendent said the teachers were quote unquote trying to bury them. And it's more than a poor choice of phrasing at any time, perhaps none more so than during COVID. And, you know, it's the new boss, less than 2 months here. And the superintendent is taking the lead in turn from his boss, which is you guys, this committee. And though unintended, and I know it's stressful, I do echo others that are expressing that it's a little bit of an adversarial tone that's unfortunately set up the quote unquote staffing challenges, AKA the teachers or quote unquote the union as the blame for reopening failures.
Okay, thank you. We have Ned Nugent.
Yes, hi, this is Ned Nugent. My son Burke will be entering into his junior year at Gloucester High School. And forgive me if a couple of these questions have been asked and answered already, but this is my first school committee meeting. And I'm hoping you guys can actually answer me right now. First of all, I'm very concerned about the 3-foot distance between the 2 desks if this plan actually moves forward. And it seems to me that everywhere else in the world that I have heard about is 6 feet, but for some reason 3 feet is okay in the school. And that seems very counterintuitive to me, and I'm wondering why that might be. And part two of my question is, why have you guys selected the the hybrid method if we do get back to the point where kids are coming back into school? Why have you selected the hybrid method where it's a split day? It seems to me that that's pretty much the worst option. I don't know any of the details about if my son's going to school in the morning, you know, how long does he have to make it home? If he has a 1 hour trip on a bus, when does the next set of classes start? It's a big unanswered question and a concern for me. And I don't really understand why you guys have picked that as an option. So those two questions. Thank you.
Thank you. We will get a report later in this meeting, an update, which may answer your questions. Beth Goldberg.
Thank you for your work and for listening to me. I want to speak about a situation that happened in the music room. I would say, I believe it was 2 years ago. When I came back to school after the summer, my room was completely covered in mold. I'm talking about green hanging strings of mold. It wasn't just a little mold, it was a lot of mold. My room was shut down for over 6 weeks. I couldn't go in. I had to throw away pretty much everything that was there. And if I wasn't in there checking on all the people who were doing the work, they would have missed an entire closet. They would have missed a lot of things. I then had to go in and clear off things with bleach myself. And I don't know if the community is aware, but currently Beaman has 2 classrooms with mold, exactly the same, stringy green mold. East Gloucester also has mold in their classrooms. You cannot fix this problem in 2 weeks. I was out of my classroom on a cart, I would say at a minimum of 6 weeks. This is not a safe building. If you can develop cases of mold, and these are the modulars, by the way, the brand new modulars, then there's clearly something wrong with the HVAC system and the systems in the building. And that is not a healthy space for children or staff to be in. So I don't think you can ignore these issues nor say they're going to be all fixed in time for the children, because it wasn't like that. My whole room had to be rebuilt, literally. So I want the community to understand these schools are not healthy. They're not ready for us to enter. Thank you.
Thank you. Catherine, I don't know why, but apparently you either shut yourself off or something. So if you would like to continue.
Oh, okay. I just was saying about the comment of trying to bury them. I was saying that then the mayor pushed for open comments last week, and I was struck by how many teachers spoke. I was struck by their thoughtful, measured comments. I think it's a disfavor to lump them into us versus them or us versus the union. They are experts. They are on the ground with the students. They are this giant mountain of community resources right here. And as these teachers gave feedback and ideas, I was reminded they are residents. They are parents with kids in our district often, and so many moved here, they settled here. They are us. They are the community. And then I was thinking, maybe their input should be worth 3 times mine, you know, when they're also parents and residents. So I just really wanted to be mindful of setting us up as we are all in this as a district, not the teachers are trying to bury people. So I'm sorry, that comment just has stuck with me ever since I heard it. Okay, thank you so much for listening.
Thank you. Amber McLean. I have a little problem with that. There you go. Are you there?
Yes.
Okay.
Hi. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak. I just wanted to speak on behalf of myself and a few of the remote learning committee members about our work this summer. So through the hard work, perseverance, and grit of our students, staff, and administration, we have come to the point today where we're considering two models, one remote and one hybrid with a remote learning academy. We as a staff have reckoned with the failures we suffered during a quick change over to a strictly enforced and unpredicted remote learning model with policies that changed almost daily. What we have done since is devoted ourselves to making our remote learning model infinitely better than anything that was seen in the spring. At every level in the district, we have had subcommittees who have spent collectively hundreds of hours working on our practice to create engaging and interactive lessons that meet students' academic, social-emotional, and accessibility needs. Committees have collaborated and created various professional developments for staff and for families, which we'll focus on during the 10 days prior to students returning in whichever way to school, which include Google Classroom tutorials for novice and intermediate teachers, remote lesson design, culturally responsive relationship building, trauma responsive relationship building, and others. We have made a commitment to do better and be better on every level because our students deserve a quality education. The remote academy model put forth by the district pales in comparison to what could be accomplished with qualified, certified, and experienced teachers who take time to learn their students, leading a program rooted in engagement and interaction. Edmonton's Play-Doh, which is proposed at the high school level, is a self-guided course that follows state standards. A student will have guidance from a remote learning academy teacher, but they will miss building those important social, emotional relationships that we all know are so important with not only an instructor, but with their peers. We are concerned with this two-model system with hybrid students and a remote academy will lead to large equity gaps. There will be students who are getting valuable, well-crafted lessons created by teachers who form relationships and get to know them and their needs, and students clicking through modules versus students clicking through modules by themselves. A family should not have to sacrifice a well-rounded, personalized education in relationships with staff and other students simply because they have valid concerns for the health and safety of themselves and their community. If we start remote, we are gaining the chance to start every student on equal footing, to show the community that we can build relationships and engage students in ways that their needs are met academically, emotionally, and in compliance with accessibility. We have the opportunity to give a solid foundation for educational equity that will benefit students and the community when it is safe for us to all return to each other in person. Thank you very much for listening. I appreciate it.
Kristen Peterson.
Hi, thank you for taking me. I just wanted to ask, and maybe it can be answered later on, about the full remote, so the remote academy. I understand I had an email back and forth with Principal Cook that the kids will not be receiving grades, but this is only at the high school level. So I have a child in elementary, middle, and the high school. So I know my middle is gonna be getting grades, but yet my high school kid who plans on going to college, I just don't know how this is gonna affect their GPAs. I just wonder why we would do this as far as this, how bad it failed in the spring, kids getting credit or no credit. There was lack of motivation because of that. And also the teachers weren't, all of the teachers, and I know it's supposed to be different, but I'm still gonna have to reflect back into the spring, but all of the teachers didn't turn the work back and didn't, give comments. So, my son didn't know if he was doing his algebra correct all the time. So this whole no grading thing and at the high school level, I think is totally crazy. And I'd really like to hear an explanation as to why we're doing it that way. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So I am going to close oral communications and we're going to move on to our next item on the agenda, which is the consent agenda. Are there any items on the consent agenda that any member of the school committee would like to remove for further discussion? Joel?
can we just remove the tent donation?
Sure. So that's E1. No, yes. Okay. All right, so we have a donation of a 10 by 30 tent to West Parish Elementary School valued at $175. And the backup basically says that it is being donated by Stephanie Cameron. And it says, hope the summer is going well. I know a lot of tough decisions are being made from a list of unappealing choices. I don't know if this will help, but I would like to donate a 10 by 30 tent to West Parish for use as they see it fit for the upcoming school year of 2021. Attached below, find a picture of the tent. Approximate value of the tent is about $175. Thank you for all for doing and keep for all you are doing and keep the students and staff safe. Parent of a West Parish student. Joel, do you have any more information than that?
No, I was actually curious what the response has been on the staff level. Is this something that is, obviously I think we should be appreciative that someone's trying to help as best they can. I'm curious if this is in fact, something they can make good use of, because at $175, I would imagine there may be other people in the community who'd be willing to make similar donations to other schools if the administration says, this tent really does afford us the ability to do something we otherwise would not be able to.
Well, I don't know if Talina is here. I'm looking. Maybe, does anybody from the administration know anything about the planned use of the tent?
So I can add, so this is a donation that came very quickly, actually. I think the parent here heard us discussing about the opportunity for using outdoor learning spaces and just came forward on her own. I do know that other parents or families, and I think maybe even PTOs, are also looking at this, and other schools are considering it and may have the same opportunity. One of the things that's important is, depending on the size of the tent, it's got to be permitted, and then also follow proper fire and safety codes. Gary Frisch has been supporting schools as these requests come in to make sure that they, if they need to, they follow proper permitting and then also adhere to proper codes as well. So this may be the first of others you see. It's definitely something that principals are interested in, and I think some teachers are as well. But it's also something that's got to be worked out at each school level in terms of how they do it and what they do with it. That's up to them, really.
Samantha?
So is that to say that Gary has already sort of approved this one as being sort of fire safe and permitted? Or does that happen after we approve the donation?
You're muted, Ben.
Gary, can you answer that, Gary?
I think the size is too small for a classroom. We're looking at larger tents, or renting the tents that meet the code. So I haven't looked at this one, but I did talk to Talina, and she was interested in a larger tent.
Okay.
So do we want to remove this and not have it be approved and accepted just in case we can't use it, and then refer this to B&F for a conversation about tents?
I think we prefer to approve it and then have the school make the decision on whether they can use it or not.
Okay.
Okay, is there any further questions? We can always discuss the pros and cons of this after a motion is made to accept the donation of the tent. So do we have a motion?
So we just approved the full consent agenda, not just the tent?
Well, it was pulled from the consent agenda, so we have to take it as an individual item.
So moved.
Second.
Okay. Is there any further discussion? Okay, Maria, can we have a roll call vote?
Ms. Weason,
Yes.
Kathy Clancy,
Yes.
Mr. Favazza,
Yes.
Chairman Pope,
Yes.
Ms. Prince,
Yeah.
Mayor Taken,
Yes.
and Ms. Watson.
Yes.
Okay, it passes unanimously. Do we have a motion to approve the consent agenda?
So moved. Second.
Okay. Maria, roll call vote.
Ms. Weason,
Yes.
Kathy Clancy,
Yes.
Mr. Favazza,
Yes.
Chairman Pope,
Yes.
Ms. Prince,
Yeah.
Mayor Taken,
Yes.
and Ms. Watson.
Yes.
It passes unanimously. We'll next move on to the next item on the agenda, which is our deliberations and educational issues and the superintendent's report. And we'll start with the superintendent's update on the plan for school reopening and reentry.
Good evening, folks. Let me just, so tonight we're going to give you, I'll take the opportunity to give folks an update on the general state of our progress and planning, give the community a reminder, and update more details about our safety precautions and also facilities, and then get into the high school. So I will pull up a presentation. I need to be able to screen share, Maria. It says I can't screen share.
I'll make you a co-host. Hold on one second.
Thank you. Great.
Okay, you should be all set.
Thank you, Maria.
You're welcome.
Okay. Here we go. Sam, can you see that? Great, thank you. Okay, so to give an update, I always want to remind folks, because some folks are just tuning in, this is week 7 or 8 of our planning for the summer anyway, but some folks are just tuning in. So our primary objective remains a safe return of as many students as possible to in-person school settings, to maximize learning, address our students' full needs, and support community and family needs. So we are still working on exactly how many students we can get back in safely. So our guiding principles for planning, I'll just focus on a few of these, is that the academic, social, emotional, and mental health needs of our students are best served when they're in our schools with our teachers and staff. And that our decisions need to be based on facts, science, and data. In particular, we need to make decisions based on the situation in Gloucester, our surrounding communities, and Massachusetts. And we're looking very closely at the data, which I'll share a little bit later, that's happening in Gloucester. And then the last one here is just we're trying to minimize the risk, ensure the safety of our students, and we'll also weigh the risk of being in school and learning across multiple dimensions. And those are really characterized in this graphic here. We're concerned certainly about our student and their loss of learning and the academic struggles they may face, but we're also really, really concerned about the social and emotional impact of isolation, of disruption, of being away from peers and teachers, and being away from the routine and structure of a day in school. We're concerned about nutritional insecurity and continue to provide meals to our families through the community, but also we'll do that ourselves as well. Our schools provide essential services to students, and there's also risks in terms of employment and also health and safety as well. So we look at all those, including the risk of COVID-19 and health risks associated with it. We continue to use the guidance provided by the Department of Elementary and Secondary Education, but also about our the information we're getting from the Gloucester Health Department, who's been a fantastic partner. As we keep on saying, we're tracking community transmission, and we're using their guidance on cleaning buildings and health and safety protocols as well. And we're really basing this on the local community's health data. Community transmission remains very low. There are only 6 cases in Gloucester right now. The guidance from the health department maintains that our schools are safe, that we can occupy them, especially when community transmission is this low, and particularly when we are taking all the safety precautions, which I will detail later. We're also preparing, as we've said again and again, to move to remote learning if necessary in response to the community transmission data. And that's really crucial because we do understand and we care certainly about the health and safety of our students, our staff, and our families. And that is why we're trying to get folks in while community transmission is so low in the area. It's well below 1% in terms of positive test rates in Gloucester and the surrounding area. And as I said, very few cases right now. This has not been updated for this week yet because the map isn't available, but this is last week's map showing that all of Cape Ann is in the white area. And then other communities closest to us are green or yellow. We maintain, although the map has not been updated yet, we are maintaining in the white area this week rather, from data that was just released later this afternoon. Another thing, just to give you folks context about what is Massachusetts doing. So this is of the 376 school districts in the Commonwealth. 248 of those are using a hybrid model like we recommended. 19 of those 248 are charter schools, so they're single-in schools, so not really comparable to a district like ours. 113 are using a fully remote model, and then 15 are using an in-person model. So these are for a district approach in terms of if they are using an in-person or fully remote and a hybrid, they would use a combination that would be a hybrid. So by far, the vast majority of districts in the Commonwealth are moving forward with hybrid models, just like we are. There are a number of in-school safety precautions just that I want to detail that have been in our plans, but we haven't sort of communicating. We've been trying to communicate them more and more clearly to folks. So I'll go through these. I won't go through every single one of them because there's so many of them, but these are the areas that you see right here that we'll touch on. So by far and away, the most important safety precaution is for folks to stay home when they're sick. And in our plan, we've laid out clearly what the symptoms are. We will work with the Department of Health and our team to make sure that all families and students and staff are very aware of what the symptoms are, to look for those. And we're really urging and really need to have a public campaign of taking care of each other by doing just that. This isn't the time to tough it out or come in when you are just feeling a little badly, but really protect yourself, protect others by staying home when you're sick. And in the case when students have symptoms during the school day, I'll talk about later, they'll be evaluated by our school nurses. Our school nurses have been trained incredibly well since the pandemic started. They've been working closely with the Gloucester Department of Health. They've been helping out on so many levels on contact tracing, on analyzing data locally, but they've been really, really well trained by all the work they've been doing. So they are very well prepared to be evaluating symptoms and taking the right steps in our schools for the fall. They've been a fantastic help to the community. It'll be fantastic help to our schools. If students do have symptoms, they'll be quarantined in a medical waiting room until they can be picked up by a caregiver. And we have specific protocols for that medical waiting room in terms of distance, in terms of masking, in terms of how many kids can be in there. And every one of our schools will have a medical waiting room like that. And then same thing with the staff members. If they have any symptoms during the school day, they would consult with the nurse as well. And if they have COVID symptoms at that point, they would go home. And then as well, we will continue to work with the Gloucester Board of Health and Department of Health on proper contact tracing procedures. The school folks have asked, will we do contact tracing? And it's very important to know that actually we don't do contact tracing. The Department of Health in every community does the contact tracing, and they work with the state as well to make sure that's done thoroughly. So we'll have thorough procedures and protocols for how contact tracing is done by the Department of Health, which they've been doing all along. So other safety precautions for in school, of course, face and mask coverings. This is also an essential piece. They're required for all staff, required for grades and students in grades 2 through 12. They're mandatory on the bus for all students, even if you're in kindergarten or first grade. We will be having mask breaks throughout the day. And those are going to be figured out at the school level. Far be it from me, to determine that for schools, teachers, they know their schedules best. They know their facilities best. They'll be figuring out, they know their schedules best, how best to do that at their school level based on their certain situation. That's part of the work they'll do next week in preparing to open school. Maintaining physical distance. We will be maintaining physical distance of 6 feet when feasible. We are allowed to have 3 feet minimum when we are combining them with these other safety measures, which we will do at times. I'll give an update later on how many students and families have opted for remote learning. And because of those numbers, we'll be able to increase the distance in our classrooms, especially our elementary classrooms. than we initially expected. So that distance is increasing, and I think that's a good thing. Hand hygiene, these are sort of the three really crucial areas, these three: mask, face coverings, physical distance, and hand hygiene. We've installed more than 550 hand sanitizing stations in all of our schools, as well as our administration preschool building. That'll be done regularly throughout the school day, as organized by teachers and principals. And we also have sanitizing stations in high traffic areas, entryways, hallways, and the like. We've ordered just tens of thousands of pieces of personal protective equipment. All staff will wear masks and face coverings, which will be provided, as will students, which are also provided by the families. But just in case, we have plenty of masks. So you see 36,000 disposable masks on hand. We have those already. They're not just on order. Child disposable masks 18,000. When children need a replacement or they weren't able to bring one themselves. We have face shields for all staff. I've got mine right here on my desk, which I won't put on right now. Safety goggles, thousands of pairs of gloves, 3,000 isolation gowns, and 2,495 masks for staff to use. So these are already on hand. And we also order cleaning supplies and have those on hand as well. So just a tremendous amount of preparation has gone into this. So we are ready with all the PPE that's necessary for our staff and our students. As I mentioned, medical waiting rooms, all schools have a separate health room in case students come down with symptoms during the school day. Staff will know exactly what the symptoms are and be able to send a student to the nurses to see if they have those symptoms. A nurse will analyze them and see if they do, and if they do, they'll be placed in our medical waiting room until a family member can come pick them up. And the waiting room will be cleaned after each student is dismissed from it, including sanitizing any frequently touched surfaces. And it'll be cleaned daily, as late as in the evening as well. So that'll be cleaned very thoroughly every single day to make sure it's safe and clean for any students that might need it. And then also there are a number of safety precautions that aren't finalized yet, just because they're the ones that need to really happen at the school level, as opposed to making a grand plan that doesn't fit for each school and its particulars. So things like when and where mask breaks will happen, practicing drop off and pickup, final arrangement desks and tables in classrooms, which of course staff will make sure those are arranged and can adjust their classroom as they see fit. Lunch locations for any students who are staying the full day. And then also how students move about the building, including one-way pathways where possible, or where any last parts of signage. We'll have signage on a variety of things, on how to wear masks, on how to stay safe, on the importance of hand sanitizing and hand washing, on how to move about the building. So those are signage we have ready to go. And some of them are already put up, and we'll continue to be putting them up as we go through and prepare for opening on September 16th. We're also, very importantly, have made a lot of preparations to support students' mental health. This has been challenging for so many of us in so many ways since March, and that includes our families and our students as well as our staff. So we're actually supporting students and staff mental health. So this first part is professional development for staff. We'll be first helping them support themselves with some psychological first aid training. That's sponsored by Lady Behavioral Health, and that'll be happening next week, the 2 weeks before school opens, during the first 10 days of planning and preparation. That will help us create a common language and framework to ensure that we can support students who may experience a trauma reaction. The whole pandemic, in many ways, has been has made us experience quite a bit of trauma, and it's important that our staff are prepared to take care of themselves, but also identify the needs that students have. Our counselors and psychologists have been trained in a process called dialectical behavior therapy that supports students and helps them with ways to cope with stress, regulate their emotions, and also improve relationships with others. That particularly helps students who are struggling with destructive behaviors, and how they can re-engage, take care of themselves, take care of others, and continue to be part of the classroom. In terms of student support, we also have clear protocols for non-engagement. That's for students who are not engaging. We've developed a district-wide protocol based on the work in the spring for engaging families whose students aren't participating in remote learning environments. We identified a risk level identification tool with clear criteria that takes into account non-engagement and additional risk factors, such as substance abuse or mental health concerns. And that really is taking a team approach, teams we already have in place, but it's a tool they can use to identify kids who on a sort of that may need additional support because of their risk factors. And then a staff intervention protocol, a clear guide for teachers and staff to use to understand what levels of risk students may be facing, how they may be coming up against additional levels of risk, and what action steps to take, both in class, but also really paying attention to how to identify kids who need support when we're in remote learning or hybrid approach as well. And the last piece here is just some of the work we're developing still. That includes coping kits, the creation of a district-wide consult team, specific on mental health, and then implementation of a district-wide suicide or risk assessment tool. This is for our clinical school staff to use in person or remotely for students who are identified to be at significant risk. That's work that Patty Wegman is leading and has a whole mental health support team helping her with. And she's been instrumental in developing our approaches based on what our team and she learned from what happened in the springtime. Another piece in terms of what I really want parents and families to know is just how will you respond to COVID cases in schools. I won't go through all of these because this is pages and pages of protocols, but we will make sure that as we finalize these with the Gloucester Health Department, that they are published and you can see them so you'll know exactly what happens if there's a symptomatic individual, whether that's at home or on the bus, that sort of thing. What we would do if someone tests positive, whether it's a student, a teacher, or a staff member, who should get tested and when, and what do we mean by close contacts, and what do we mean when people are exposed and when they have to isolate or quarantine. These are all the protocols that we have. We're using the Department of Education guidance on this. We're following their protocols. Our Department of Health. These have been adjusted recently by the Department of Ed, and we'll continue to work with the Department of Health and our nurses, our head nurse. And as these are finalized, we'll share them next week with you very publicly, so you can see exactly the steps we'll take. At this point on our website, our Back Together website, these are already posted, the DESE protocols, but we want to put them in a little more straightforward language so everyone can understand them and knows exactly what happens if there's a case or symptoms for your child or any other staff member or child as well. And then a really important facilities update just quickly. This is a crucial aspect, obviously, that we're spending hundreds of thousands of dollars to continue to make progress on, whether that's, so I'll just go through some of these. Our Department of Public Works reports that our buildings are in compliance with DESE guidance on COVID. At the school committee meeting 2 weeks ago, it was very clear. The Public Health Director, Karen Carroll, Department of Public Works Director, Mike Hale, both said that our buildings are safe, especially when community transmission is low as it continues to be, and we use our established safety protocols. It's very, very important for everyone to know that it isn't just one thing that makes our buildings, our schools safe. It's all these factors working together. If we had all the ventilation in the world and all the filtration and ionization systems in the world, but we had schools open our schools when kids were very sick or they had very high community transmission, nothing in that building could keep children safe. It's the combination of our buildings that are safe now, and I'll detail what we're improving as well. And then the safety precautions are just laid out: masks, distance, staying home when people are sick, and improvements on filtration and improvements on disinfection and cleaning. It's all those things together and low community transmission that work together to make sure that our schools are safe. And that requires all of us working together on this to make sure we're responding to the data, following protocols, working with each other, and making sure our students and our staff are safe. But it isn't just one piece. It all has to work together. So let me go through some of the work that's happening and underway. So this is the DESE guidance. They recommend cleaning ventilation systems. We're doing that at our buildings that have school-wide systems. That's Gloucester High School, O'Malley, West Parish, and also 2 Blackburn, where the preschool is, and where I am right now. Those intake vents are being cleaned this week and next week. If they need to be cleaned next week, they'll happen after hours when staff are not in the building. That involves cleaning and vacuuming and those systems. We have to ensure all our systems are fully operational. This is an area where Siemens and DPW have been working on, and will be making adjustments between now and the opening of school for students. That's updating controls, making repairs where needed. That includes things such as upgrading the AC pump, air conditioning pumps at O'Malley, repairing air damper actuators at GHS. We are making changes here to make sure the systems at these locations are fully operational and operating as they are. Changes have been made over the years based on requests and just people not really knowing exactly how the system should work. So that's happening actively. We are investing through COVID relief money, hundreds of thousands of dollars to do this work and the others, including also installing touchless bathroom fixtures. That will be happening throughout this fall. It's something that makes sense to do, whether it's COVID or flu or anytime at all, and that's those have been are being ordered, and then as they come in, they will be installed on a rotating basis. Another one of the DESE's guidance recommendations is increasing fresh air. So we're balancing our systems and analyzing them through balancing them, and that balancing, once it's completed, will help us understand more of what we need to do to increase airflow. So that work is underway this week. We also know that DESE has been very clear. One of the ways to increase fresh air, a pretty obvious one, is to open windows. And luckily, our 4 smaller elementary schools all can do that. And then also we'll be running systems for longer after the end of the school day and earlier in the morning to make sure we're getting fresh air into the buildings as well. The last piece here in terms of DESE guidance that we're abiding by is filtering and disinfecting air. So all our air filters were changed in the spring. They all will be changed again for school starts. You know, we have at least at O'Malley, we have MERV 8 and MERV 13 rated filters. Those filters, any systems, whether it's GHS or O'Malley or West Parish, the systems are built with established levels of filtration, and it's not, they can't easily be changed into additional ones. They've got to operate with the ones they were built for, and that's what we've been doing and will continue to do, and be changing those filters. If they haven't already been changed, they'll be changed before students come in again. Our air is safe as of now, but we'll go further in terms of disinfecting by adding ionization units in all schools as soon as those units can be procured. As I think many folks should know, whether it's getting hand sanitizer, or it's getting N95 masks, or it's, in this case, getting ionization units, or even getting books or stereo equipment for your house. Because of the pandemic, many supplies are hard to acquire. That includes sinks at our preschool, which a teacher mentioned earlier. These are things we will be putting in, like the ionization, the sinks there. We can't put them in until we can actually get our hands on them. But as soon as we do, we'll be moving forward with those as well. And then a couple things, working closely with the Department of Public Works on daily and nightly cleaning. We have an open bid for additional cleaning support. We've already hired, we never had a daytime custodian at the preschool building. That person's already started. This building is cleaner than it has been since I started. And it's good to see, just as one example here, as it's already started here, that, bathrooms being cleaned multiple times during the day, doorways being cleaned, vacuuming happening throughout the day. That's what will be happening at our schools as well, as we add additional cleaning support in all of our schools. And then we'll have specific cleaning protocols, again, which we will share as soon as the Department of Public Works get those to us in a sort of a one-page document explaining just how we will clean high-touch surfaces every day. What happens in nightly cleaning, disinfecting. We do have foggers, the electrostatic foggers for all the schools now, including the preschool. They were doing that just today, this afternoon, while I was working here. And so a lot of cleaning will happen, and we'll share those cleaning protocols. We've already shared those with the folks who work here at the preschool administrative building, and we'll share them with all the staff as we go forward. And then just a few things, I already mentioned this already, many of these, but have installed physical barriers in high traffic areas, such as the main office in our schools. Will be designated where possible hallways to be one way, or if they're two-way hallways, we'll have markers that designate traffic flow. We are encouraging outdoor instruction as weather permits, including tents, and as you just heard earlier. And so, as I mentioned before, frequently sanitizing high-touch areas, cleaning desks and the like, and that sort of thing. A couple quick important enrollments of staffing and enrollment. So in terms of Remote Learning Academy, we now know from our K-5 and our 6-8 families who is hoping to do strictly remote. So regardless of what other model we might be using, whether it's hybrid or in-person hybrid or the like, these families have said they do not want their students in school. And this is consistent with our surveying from earlier in the summer. At that point, 80% of our families said they wanted some version of in-person. And now as families are sort of enrolling for the remote learning option, it's very similar. So we've got 20% of our K-5 families have signed up for the remote learning option, and 21% of our 6-8 families have done the same. At our K-5 schools, it ranges quite a bit, from a low of 15% of families at one school to the high of 27% of families choosing the remote academy at another school. The one positive about this, I mean, they're all positives. I think what's great, the two positives really, one is that families do have this option and they can take it if they want to, which is great. And I'm glad we're providing that flexibility for families. But also, as we expected, with about 20% or so of students not in our classes, especially at K-5, we know that'll improve our physical spacing in almost all classes, actually. We are clear at the 6-8 level that we've been expecting 6 feet of space already, so that just maintains that level of safe spacing. But we'll be able to get much closer to the size of 6 feet of space at the elementaries now as well, which is good news, of course. In terms of staffing, we're in the middle of a multi-step process to identify which staff are requesting leaves or unable to teach or want to teach remotely. That notification is due by 5 o'clock tomorrow. At this point, 30 staff members have told us that they have medical conditions that could prevent them from working in the building. That's a sort of preliminary notification we got earlier this week. The forms that are due tomorrow are really the sort of the more official notification. That'll allow us to understand exactly what staff we have in terms of those who may not be able to work at all, and those who want to work remotely. We do have a sense that most staff will, if they can't work in the buildings, will want to work remotely, but that's more just sort of word of mouth. So we'll confirm that tomorrow. Most of those staff members who've notified us are mainly in Gloucester. A smaller number are at the elementary schools at this point. But it's very important to realize that we are still negotiating leave considerations with the Gloucester Teachers Association. That's still underway and not finalized yet. So that's a quick update just on where we are on safety protocols, on our facilities, and also enrollment and staffing. Just to say it again, it's going to take all those pieces working together to help us have a safe return to school. I'm confident that we can do this. I'm confident that the community transmission, based on what our health department's saying, is low enough. That as long as we can staff our buildings properly, we can certainly have our students in there safely, and we continue to want to move forward with that.
Ben, this might be a good time to take questions from the committee about everything else before we move on to the high school.
Sure, good idea.
If there are any questions. Can't see everybody, so Not
Um,
seeing it.
Ben,
Melissa?
can you see me, Jonathan?
Okay, okay, Laura.
Thank you, Ben. Two things. I'm just wondering when the community can expect to get more information and details about the remote academy. When can families who are going to choose that, when are they going to learn more about what that even means?
Sure. I expect next week. We weren't sure until just this week just what the size and scale of that would be, and now we can at this point, or actually starting tomorrow, once we have what staff members are requesting leaves or requesting to work remote only, we can begin to staff that, and essentially, so that will help us shape exactly how kids will be organized into that. Ultimately, what classes they're in, they're assigned to, who their teachers are. But that'll take into next week. And so we do expect that sometime towards the end of next week, people will get more information on just how that's sorting out.
Okay, and even aside from sorting out, just like hours expected, structure of days, that kind of thing. I know a lot of families are curious, even before all
so,
the details.
sure. Yep. I think all that pieces, those are included in our plans. And so we can reiterate that and just put it in a clear communication to those families now that we know who they are. So folks will you'll get a confirmation, that sort of stuff, and we'll give them more information about schedules and staffing and the like. So yeah.
Great. And just one other small thing. Is there a place people could go, this idea of outdoor learning and tents and the idea that families or funding sources can be found for contributing tents? Is there a place that should people go to Gary to say what kind of tents, or should they go to the principals? I would love people to have a way to donate that if they chose to.
Yeah, I think they should go to the PTO leaders and their principal. That's the best way to do that. And then the principals will work with Gary on all the details.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
Okay, Melissa and then Sam.
Thanks. 3 questions that should be pretty quick. So in the mental health slide, I think it was under a risk assessment, you spoke to outreach to children who are struggling with remote learning. And I think it was more in reference to maybe having a mental health issue for the reasons that they were struggling more so than any other reason, because it was listed in that slide. But I guess my question is we learned from the spring that even the best of students could not do remote learning and get their fullest potential of learning from remote learning. So I guess my question is has there been any professional development with the teachers to help them when they know that the child that they're supposed to be teaching, or the class that they're teaching, that there are students in there that are struggling with the fact that there is remote learning, not the subject content, but the fact that there's remote learning going on as opposed to in-class learning? In other words, are there teachers that are going to now be calling the home and talking to the students? Or is it just going to be communication through email? My child's not doing well with remote learning. What do I do? And no support for that. Because we heard from the beginning a teacher who felt it was very equitable to start all students off with remote learning so that everyone has the same access. However, I take the opposite opinion that that may not be equitable for all students, because not all students benefit equitably from remote learning. So my question is there any professional development to the teachers to assist kids that don't thrive on remote learning? Has that topic been discussed outside of it being a mental health issue?
Yes, I would ask Greg. I think you're asking for outside of a mental health issue, so I won't call on Patty, who should speak to this part. But so maybe I'll ask Mr. Bach to talk about the professional development planning that's been happening, but also will continue next week and the following week about engaging students on remote learning.
Sure, thank you. One of the series, very well attended series that we've had is a Universal Design for Learning series, specifically focused on remote learning, with a national and actually internationally known trainer who worked with, on average, more than 30 of our teachers this summer. We had trainings on high engagement strategies, new learning platforms that are better suited to reaching students. But I think one of the key questions you just asked was less about professional development and more about personal outreach and whether a telephone call will be going out rather than emails or communication. So teachers are working hard and will be working, continuing to work hard over the 10 days to focus on the kinds of things that they can do to increase engagement in instruction. But our principals really did work extremely hard in the spring to identify students who were not responding, who were disengaged. And I know that they have master lists of every student who wasn't logging in on a regular basis, who didn't seem to be participating as much. And they made incredible strides in reaching out to, I believe in many cases, every single one of those students. Those practices and have only been refined over the summer, and I know that the principals are planning on taking the list that they had in the spring and already using those to identify students who had challenges and to begin reaching out to and supporting them immediately. They might be able to share a little bit more about the kind of outreach efforts that they have done and have planned. But just to, I think that's a two-part answer there. One is there's an enormous amount of outreach that has been done and planned, as well as specialized professional development.
So am I hearing there's going to be extra support to families who have children that are struggling with remote?
Yeah, absolutely. And in a number of the grants that we've applied for, there are additional hours for teachers and staff members to be able to do exactly that, to reach out and work with students, whether they are in the school or remotely, to be able to do one-on-one sessions for support and tutoring as part of the academic enrichment program, extra funding we have, but also Title I English learner and regular education tutoring, which will not be limited to students who are in the schools. They will be able to work remotely for students who are struggling with remote learning as well.
Okay, great, thank you. So my second and third question can kind of be combined. So we heard, and this Gary might need to respond, or actually Jonathan and Kathy and DNF on Joel. We heard about the moldy classrooms that actually they're all modulars that have either happened in the past or are currently being looked at. It's my understanding that there's not mold hanging from the ceilings in Beaman, but that there is a mold issue because they were locked up too tight, so there was no airflow in the room because of the way they were locked up. But it's my understanding that the DPW has gone in and looked at it, and it's not a difficult fix. It was more just, like I said, a unit that was locked up too tight. So it seems to me, and Ben, you want to respond to that? Yeah,
yeah, sorry. I meant to respond to that as we were talking about facilities, and just to give folks an update on that. Yes, it was one modular at East Gloucester and 2 at Beaman. They both have been cleaned completely at this point. You are right in that they were, the air handlers had been turned off, and that is what causes that sort of thing in the summertime. So if they are turned off by accident, you will get mold, especially with the moist air around here. But those have both been cleaned. All of those have been cleaned as of, I think, earlier this week, maybe it was last week. And so that's been resolved. And that was a particular case basis here on that. That isn't is not indicative of a system-wide problem at all. And they've both been handled and cleaned up thoroughly.
Okay, thank you. So that's going to lead to my final question right now. So facilities, obviously, and rightfully so, there's a lot of concern about facilities. And we praise the DPW because they've been working 24/7 for the past couple of weeks, getting up to DESE regulations and trying to take it even further than the suggestions that are there. So knowing that the school committee has been privy to more information than probably the public has, and knowing that many are taking the position that the 2014 report from Doran Whittier, along with a follow-up report that was written last year that talked and mentioned HVA systems in those reports. Jonathan, I know that there's maybe a response to that, and if there is, I'm wondering when is the public going to hear the reasoning to justify why those reports aren't consistent with the buildings being unsafe and that they don't have airflow, like some people are trying to give the impression to the community. So I'm wondering, when is that report going to come out, or those type of conversations going to come out, so that the public can hear firsthand that those 6-year-old reports and a follow-up report a year later that mention HVAC are actually not discussing air quality and do not impact our decision to open or not.
I contacted Mike Hale this afternoon. He has submitted an update on the condition of the airflow in all of the elementary schools, which we can make public, I believe, on the website tomorrow morning, or maybe even tonight. As far as the reports go, it's a little bit difficult to pin this down, but essentially, the Doran Whittier reports were looking at the long-term viability, economic usefulness of the systems, not their current functionality, but their projected life expectancy. So it was just essentially a different approach. Mike Hale has much to his credit and to DPW's credit, has come in and they're making adjustments. They're adding equipment, perhaps where the older equipment is insufficient to move enough air. And like I say, we can get that report. You got that too, Ben, right? I know Mike sent it to me, and
everything that he reported in his email, I put on the slides here. So what we don't have yet from Siemens, what Mike has told me Siemens will give us is a very technical report.
Right.
Mike is sure I will not understand it, about the data and readings that they have been taking. It won't be a report like we get from an architect like Doran Whittier, that is, a lot of narrative explaining and interpreting data. So, but I don't have that report yet. Everything that Mike has shared with us, I presented tonight.
And he also implied that they are talking Mitsubishi about additional equipment in some of the buildings too. And
yeah, and that would be the,
don't have that information yet either, right?
No, well, that would be the ionization I mentioned. That's the ionization, which disinfects the air from viruses and pathogens. That's additional, as Melissa was saying. It's not necessary or required, but we want to do it as well. Again, there are some challenges on that equipment, like a lot of equipment these days. But we expect that to be installed, those to be installed throughout all the buildings come in October. Which, especially for the smaller buildings, that's just a bit of silver lining. That's when windows may have to be closed. But at that point, we have, some additional measures in place as well at that point. So, so it's a work in progress. But I do want, the DPW is doing a lot of work. The work just to get the work they're doing between now and September 15th on the 3 larger schools that have school-wide building-wide systems. That's $400,000 of work. Coming from COVID relief, will be covered by COVID relief. And then also, estimate in terms of some of the fixes and additions to the smaller schools, maybe that amount as well. So, we're putting in significant amount of dollars into them to improve them even further. As both Karen Carroll and Mike Hale said, our buildings are safe as they are, especially with safety protocols. But it's most important to be doing the safety protocols and making sure that people, everything from, you know, masks and distance and making sure people stay home when they're sick. That's even more important than the buildings, but working together on all that, which we are doing, is the best approach. So we're really taking that all hands approach there.
Samantha, did you have your hand up? I'm sorry.
I see Joel's
I
hand.
think Joel has his hand up, yeah.
Okay, I thought, okay. Joel, go ahead.
Thanks. I just want to piggyback on that because it was brought up in oral communications. And certainly I'm one of the first people, if I think there's hypocrisy on this committee to point it out. And when we were told by someone to stick to our lane, I want to just remind people who are listening out there who think that we're being inconsistent or being hypocritical, that our submission to MSBA was not, hey, we need to replace these schools because the potential for viral transmission is unsafe. It was because the electrical wiring is subpar, the fire suppression systems are out of date or are the heating systems work, but when they break, we can't fix them because they're from the 50s. Like those were the unsafe items. Certainly there were air quality concerns that have been addressed that we otherwise probably wouldn't have if not for this pandemic. But I don't want people to think that this committee is talking out of both sides of its mouth by saying that these buildings are in desperate need of replacement, but for the purposes of COVID-19 precautionary measures will suffice for the fall semester. Those are not mutually exclusive statements that we can't make without being hypocritical. And I just want to kind of put that out there while you're on that topic.
Samantha?
The other thing, I was trying to read through that email right now to try to find the exact quote, but Mike said something about taking it room by room, especially the ones that don't have windows, to really understand the air circulation and flow in some of the classrooms that don't have windows, and that those classrooms, if the air quality comes back as being not ideal, that they'll be used for storage and not for classrooms. So I do, I think that's also important to point out, because as a past student of O'Malley, I remember quite a few classrooms not having windows. And so I did find it helpful to understand that they are taking it room by room. And I think people do need to understand that, because it is a significant concern in our district.
Any other questions before we move on to the high school? Okay, thank you. And Ben, James, proceed.
I think, James, so I just want to just I'll just sort of frame it and then we'll move on. So we're not repeating what we showed folks last week. But for those of folks who didn't tune in and weren't able to either rewatch the school committee meeting or view the presentation that we shared last week, was been on our Back Together website since last week. The central piece here is, as Principal Cook and team members at Gloucester High School, teachers, deans, have been digging into the split day hybrid. They're running up against challenges that, not health and safety ones, but in terms of staffing and scheduling, that make it difficult, and we fear impossible, to put the split day hybrid into place by the September 16th. But we do believe with more time, we can phase into the split day hybrid. I do want to be clear that by saying we're having staffing challenges isn't meant to blame anybody for those. That's a reality of many of the challenges we're facing, and many businesses and organizations are facing. So it's a reality. because staff may need to make very difficult choices. Our staff, as we hear again and again, want to be with our students. That's the truth, and that's the reality. But many of them are facing family situations where it may be hard for them to do that. And so by acknowledging the challenge we're facing, whether staffing, scheduling, cohorting students, all things we're having difficulty with, isn't to lay blame, it's just to be open about what we're trying to address. And so I would urge folks, when we talk about that, to understand it, that's the intention, is to share with folks our challenges and then address them openly. So from there, so I have a difficult decision to make tonight. One we don't take lightly, one we would not bring forth to you unless we were were very concerned about opening with a split day in about essentially 3 weeks from today. And then part of the work from when we met on Friday was the school committee members and others came up with a very good idea of, okay, if we can't start with a split day hybrid on September 16th, what can we do to get students in person between then and October 13th? And so Principal Cook and his team have been working diligently. Hasn't been a lot of time since then, but have definitely come up with some ideas about how to do that, getting students into school with their teachers in person, even during as we phase it in. So I will be quiet now and hand it over to Principal Cook to help us sort of continue what we presented last week about if we were going to phase in the hybrid, how we could get students in early and as often as possible.
Thank you, Ben. And thank you, committee, for getting us to this point and for your contributions all along throughout the process as one of the many groups that are contributing to our planning, and the most important group for sort of the decision making, making this difficult decision tonight. So in the spirit of our commitment to getting students in person, safely in person into Gloucester High School, which is our full intent. In that process, as Ben had set up, we had run into some of the kind of similar challenges that other high schools who have had a hybrid vote, places like Masconomet and Marblehead, who ended up in similar positions, having a hybrid plan and then running into some challenges that simply need to lead to a more of a phased-in approach to getting to the hybrid. So as we've requested to begin with remote instruction for most students on September 16th, and that in the weeks between that beginning in remote for most students into October, when we can phase in the hybrid approach, we would be committed to creating in-person orientations for each grade level, 9 through 12, and each organized by Crimson and Cream cohort within the 9th through 12th grade. So folks would come in and be able to experience a day at Gloucester High School that they would have in the hybrid mode and have a sample of that. What would that be? And actually receive some instruction in that way prior to launching with the full school. It's going to be incredibly vital for us having an orientation of our newest students, of course, but all of our students to a new experience in the hybrid model at Gloucester High School. I've been in contact as on Friday before we met. I had a meeting with the vocational teachers. We've had conversations since then, and they're very committed to having students in during this phase-in period. So from September 16th through a full phase-in of the hybrid. So that's very exciting for us, and there's some logistics there, but we're already working on what that will look like for our vocational students from the beginning. Of course, as we've talked about all along, prioritizing some of our special education programs so that we'll be still beginning on September 16th with in-person instruction for the GAP program, the Anchor program, Life Skills program, and Transition program. Again, same with the high needs English learners as well, and having those students in the building from the beginning. And then we're looking into creating and really operationalizing what a remote engagement center would be. So this would be during this phase-in period that we're talking about, locations within the school, supervised locations in the school where students who have challenges engaging in remote instruction could come into the school to access the Wi-Fi in supervised ways in our school. Would be the primary. Folks have talked about having these remote engagement centers and other sites in cities, right? That's one of the things that's being explored by our community partners. But this during a remote beginning and phasing in hybrid, we would do that here at the high school. We would be one of those sites. And then as part of making this happen, in order to phase in the hybrid, our full remote schedule has been updated to align with the split day hybrid schedule. And this will facilitate the in-person learning opportunities while also maintaining live remote learning for students in this phase-in period. And those are some of the concerns that folks had raised previously. So on the next slide, we can take a look at what that looks like. GHS full remote learning schedule. Here, we just essentially we're changing the times so that they are aligned with the hybrid schedule. So students who are in the building during this time following a version of the hybrid schedule, and that will align with the remote schedule so that students who are in person for certain things, say students who are in our anchor program who also have classes outside of the anchor program, that the in-person schedule, hybrid schedule is aligned with the full remote learning schedule. So it's that's going to allow us to, it's going to help us with this phase-in process. And then the next slide simply reminds folks of what the hybrid schedule looks like. If Ben, if you could go to that slide. Thank you. So a simple reminder of what the split day hybrid schedule looks like. So it aligns by time and will facilitate this phase-in approach. In the next slide of the presentation, these are all the things we have in progress, very similar to the other schools in our district, and what other schools who are still working towards a hybrid model, or particularly a phased-in hybrid model at the high school level as other high schools are experiencing. So we're implementing professional development over the next 2 weeks, welcoming teachers in on Monday, which is really exciting for me personally. Getting those safety protocols and routines in, nursing staff with our own internal protocols about mask wearing and all of those things Ben mentioned earlier. Best practices for hybrid and remote learning. All that work you've heard so much about that teams have been working on over the summer. There's technological component to that, as well as the engaging teaching strategies we've learned so much about, spreading all of that out among all the teachers in the school, and then giving them time to operationalize that with their own curriculum is what we'll be doing over the next 2 weeks, starting this coming Monday. Relationship building and culture building, you've heard a lot about, including anti-racist and trauma-sensitive approaches to this present moment. We got to keep our eye on also the context of what's happening out there in the community and in the country at large, and how does that inform our hybrid approaches to relationship building and culture building. So we've got some great partners we're working with on those, as well as staff giving this PD, and then the psychological first aid training that Ben mentioned earlier as well. And that's going to benefit the in-person aspects of this, as well as that outreach that Melissa was asking about earlier. We'll be beginning with remote instruction, if this is approved, with in-person opportunities that I previously mentioned. So operationalizing all of those, which will include, as folks were mentioning earlier, There's a question about the communication. Once we know the direction we're going in, about the opening, communication about that. Gloucester High School parents have through tomorrow to make a choice to when we go hybrid. Are they going hybrid in our primary model, or are folks choosing the full remote option? Maximizing the synchronous remote instructional practices is by the guidance of our remote learning team, how we're using the remote time in effective ways. And then the in-person, the orientation by class and cohort, the vocational students coming in, our special education programs being in the building, as well as English learners. Then we transition to hybrid. To make that happen, we've got staffing adjustments to make for the primary model. Make sure in all places we have classes, we have a teacher in front of the students. To make sure that we have staffed our full year remote learning program effectively and trained all the folks who will be supporting students in the full year remote program. And then along the way, as we know who is not coming into the building for the hybrid and know who will instead be going into that full year remote program, making adjustments to schedules and refining the classrooms, including distancing in the classrooms as the final phase to getting students into the building in this phased in way that I've presented to you. And that is, that's the last slide. That's how we get from where we are now to phasing kids into Gloucester High School.
Thank you, James. Thank you, Ben. I'm going to open it up for questions from the committee. And after that, we will be looking at for public input from the community. So Melissa?
Thank you. James, is there a way to put that back up and go to slide 29? Sorry, I didn't know you were going to take it down. Can that be done or no? I can try to remember what it said.
I can pull it up here too.
I'll get it. Hold on.
Thank you. Sorry.
It's okay. I see this. Ah, here we go. And sorry, what slide?
29?
There you go. That one, yeah.
Okay,
Oh,
so
sorry.
under the supervised remote engagement center for students with challenges engaging in remote instruction. So what I've been told from many parents who have kids in high school that struggle with remote learning, they need help, but there's a concern about being identified for needing help if they were to have to come into school to get that help. In other words, if Johnny was seen in school today, then that means Johnny has a special reason to be in the school, and that kind of identifies Johnny as someone who needs help where he may not want his friends to know he needs help. So with that being said, I guess my question is, for this short month, because we're hoping it's just going to be the short month, knowing come October 13th, we'll have great facility ionization systems in place and we'll be able to open under a plan that we've figured out due to our staffing. Is there going to be a way for kids who want to come in and do remote in school to just come in and not have them being labeled as anything? In other words, is there going to be a few rooms open that kids can just come to class to do their remote learning, as opposed to at home where they, like me, may not have the best internet service and have to dial a phone every time they want to do a meeting, in addition to using an iPad and a phone too? Is that going to be available during this time period? Will space be provided to students who haven't been identified as special in any way to just come in and do their remote learning during this month period?
Yeah, that is the intent of the remote engagement center. Really, that's just the language folks have been using. Really, it's a space that we can supervise where kids can just come in. I mean, we have to organize this, right? And we have to make sure we know kids, who's in the building and these kinds of things. We haven't since Friday, we haven't fully operationalized what, exactly the protocols will be for this. But what we want to do is for students who have difficulty with their Wi-Fi at home and just want us, need a space, need some structure. Sometimes, I know as a teacher, sometimes kids would come for extra help, but really what they would do is sit in the back of the room and, have a structured, quiet space to work in to get their work done. The staffing for that, the teachers are going to be teaching remotely at that time, right? For the whole day, they're going to be teaching remotely. So the staffing for this is going to need to come from, for example, what we asked for some funding for to have subs in the building, because we know how difficult it's going to be to get subs. So those folks, what are they doing during these 3 weeks? Well, once we have those folks hired, they could be the folks supervising the space, for example. So it's working out the staffing and working out, getting these students in a supervised way, into the space, so we know who's in the building and that kind of thing. But the intent of
and
it
we could essentially use paraprofessionals in that supervisory role as well, right? It doesn't necessarily have to be a teacher. It could just be a para there.
That's right.
While the
Yep.
kids are doing online instruction.
Yep.
So I guess then my final question is going to be, if that is the case, how soon are you going to do the outreach to parents or to students to find out how many classrooms will be needed to accommodate this? In other words, you could find out that 50 kids want to come in. So obviously that's a situation you have to schedule and figure out. How soon can you do some outreach to parents if we agree to this plan tonight for going remote for a month? When will that outreach happen to find out how many kids will actually be coming into the building just to use the space that might be supervised by a para or maybe a teacher if possible, or a substitute?
Yeah, so I would say that that's something that we would want to do as soon as we can during the 10 days that, of our preparation for launching on the 16th. So at the high school level, we're also going to be readjusting our cohorts based on the folks choosing the remote learning model. So we've got to shift those folks out. But we can, do the same thing. I would say, next week we would be able to at least, start soliciting that information is what we would be able to do. And then, shape our plans. And then in the second week, communicate out to parents what this remote engagement center would look like.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Jane.
No, thank you.
I can't see people, so if somebody else has a question.
I do, Jonathan.
Okay, go right ahead.
So mine was on that slide as well, but I can do it without it. I just wanted to clarify the relationship between the sort of synchronous remote learning time that's going to be happening and the full remote academy as offered. Like, are those going to be, how are those going to be in relation to each other? And are those, anyway, you know what I mean?
Right, so, yep, absolutely. So the full remote, how we're beginning the year is because part of what we need to staff is the academy, right? We need to figure that out, which at the high school is really complicated because of all the different subjects and figuring out who's going to be supporting which is first, so we have information about some staff who need to be remote, right, that Ben mentioned earlier, and we also have the families who are opting out. So then we arrange those remote learning academies. So that people are choosing to be fully remote. When we go into hybrid in October, those folks will then go, when other students are coming in, right, those students will be then going into the full-time remote learning program, and that will be on our Edmentum Plato online curriculum, where you're following the computer, the program with tutorials, videos, interactive online tools, and receiving some support from high school teachers for that. The high school folks who choose the Remote Learning Academy, we don't have the capacity to be like fully teaching those folks and also fully teaching the hybrid model. Right?
So the kids who are in fully remote, once you go back hybrid, once hybrid begins, they will have some connection with their GHS teachers in addition to being on this other program.
That's right. We will be assigning high school teachers to be taking attendance at times, right? They'll have a schedule with the teachers who are assigned to the remote learning program. They'll be checking in like we are now, right? You're here, right? Like the roll call sort of thing, right? And then the students are doing their work. The teacher's still available for questions. You come back to the Meet or the Zoom. I'm getting stuck here, you know, that kind of thing.
Do they have peers? Do they have contact with any peers?
In
the full
I guess
remote?
in the role, that's a really good question. I heard that in a comment tonight. That's really excellent feedback. You know, not that we haven't thought of it, but we haven't turned that into you know, action or a plan where they would talk to each other in a format like this. And that is also part of, you know, as Ben's mentioned, you know, when teachers get assigned there, they're going to have ideas about, based on the trainings that I've been doing and based on my expertise, what is the best way for me to use this check-in time, right? Do we do icebreakers and connecting activities? Yeah, I would think we would to create that social component. And you know, that would be part of this work before that point in October, that we would have you know, a strong idea of exactly how that time is going to be used and the structure for the students who choose the remote learning program. For things like you've just mentioned, that schedule, you know, we would be able to you know, share to parents. You're in this program, here's the schedule, what it looks like for you. Here are the teachers that are your contact.
Okay.
You know, that are interacting with your kids as part of this program. We would be providing that, and that's one of the things that we need to build between now and that time.
Thank you.
Kathy?
I have a few questions. One, to follow up on that, James. I don't know if you've thought anything about when certain students go fully remote, if they're in the core classes, right? The core classes, they'll have had a teacher for 3 weeks, right? And so if you're taking ELA, would there not be a reason to continue with that teacher supporting them during that teacher's available office hours that they have and hold for all the students? So would that be an option for them to continue that relationship, that learning? I would expect that maybe the pacing or the content, depending upon where the student is at, might be a little different, but the teacher itself knows that content. So it doesn't matter if that's what they're teaching that week, but if the kid has questions of something that, you know, maybe they moved ahead, a teacher should be able to help that student and support that student.
Yeah. One of the things we've talked a lot about is, especially in math and English and you know, science, but you know, and we're also thinking of kids who are preparing for, you know, maybe SATs and MCAS and those kinds of things, to make sure that we do, like, so you're talking about sort of an extra help situation where they may have a relationship with that teacher that they've already established in these first 3 weeks. Absolutely, right? But we're also then thinking of who, you know, one of the hard things is we don't know which teachers quite yet, right? It's one of the is who will be available for the remote academy and have those areas of expertise as well, right? And we're going to want to maximize the those core courses, the expertise of core teachers to support this academy. I love the, you know, I certainly our teachers. In fact, one teacher actually mentioned to me that if I had students in this and I wanted to support them in the particular course I teach, I would have them. She basically told me the exact thing you just said about supporting them in my extra help time. I would support those students as well because I have that area of expertise.
Wonderful.
Now it's difficult we can't make that an expectation of teachers during the school day because of the responsibilities that the teachers doing the hybrid have during the school day.
Okay. I just have a couple other questions. So can you tell me what the current thought is on orientation by grade level? Is it a few days so that they both get to be in school more? They see that all of their teachers, because if they're just in one day, they'd only see half their teachers. So if you could explain what that looks like.
So our thinking, so far, which is again right at the beginning as we're planning all of these different things, but was that they would be able to go 2 days, so they're getting the A through D folks and the E through G folks. Right. So it would be, and then we do it with the split, right? So one cohort, the other cohort, one cohort, the other cohort. So each cohort gets their full day. Is what we're hoping to make happen.
Okay. Then, so my next question is, I know you're currently projecting cohorts based upon alphabet, but I'm wondering if in terms of scheduling, if there's some course enrollment, weighting or whatever that might help it not just be alphabetical, but maybe be more random based upon where the pegs fit, right? Where our student numbers fit into, into your master. And I realize it's very complicated.
Right. Jonathan had mentioned that last week, and the issue is that because our students and a parent actually gave a good example of how they just aren't cohorted in a way that makes that workable. To do it by certain courses or certain groups of kids because of the specialized nature of what they're doing. A student might be in this AP course, or these 16 kids are in this AP course, and so we'd love cohort them maybe to allow them to access that together because they'd fit at the distance and so on. But then as soon as that group moves in different ways to their math and English class, those courses are pushed over the spacing, right? They're moved from 12 to 20 suddenly, and they don't fit in the room anymore. And so that's what happens when we start moving groups of kids into one cohort or the other. It's just, so the experience we're having isn't about, our problems aren't about the way we've split it isn't creating our problems. The way we've split it, leads to places where we only have to move things around a little bit in changing a room here and there, capping a class and that kind of thing. That's not the danger place or the place that's preventing us from doing the transition that I just described.
Got it. Okay, my last question is, what if you have figured out staffing and you're ready sooner? Would there be other days, other ways to, 2 or 3 days a week, you end up, we're ready mostly. So maybe those last week before the date you pick, maybe there's kids in, maybe each cohort gets a day in, and then the next week they'd be in full time. So is that a possibility if you are ready sooner?
I hope that's true. I mean, that's where I don't want to, I think we talked last time about not wanting to overpromise, knowing what we're facing. But, as we work on the logistics of the phase-in, if we're able to do more, say with that orientation piece, for example, particularly, I think that's where we'd come at it, expanding that element, I could see potentially working, but it's difficult to speak in front of 300 people sometimes with a new thought. But I'd be open to that. But and if that happens, then we're in excellent shape. There's so many once we dig into details, things become complicated. We've overcome so much, which is what gives me hope. Where we're stuck on something and then we find a solution for it, but there's a lot we still need to make happen before October.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Okay, Samantha, you had questions?
So you said that tomorrow it's the deadline for parents and students to decide whether or not they want to go full remote for
That's
the
right.
long haul. Okay. So far, how many students have chosen the full remote model? Do you know?
We're at about 18% right now. Overall, I didn't count. I didn't grab the number because a lot of people are making the decision. I was assuming a lot of people are going to listen tonight. I think they are, and then hear answers to some of these questions and then make a decision. So we're not close to the full capacity, but I can give you a sense that if it is 18%, that's about 150 or so kids.
And so because so many people are listening, I know tonight is not, we're not focusing on the remote option, but I do feel like we haven't really spent a lot of time talking about the full remote schedule and how it will really be rolled out, because we've been focusing so much on sort of the seemingly impossible logistics of opening in person. So I think the Play-Doh, somebody brought up high school's students not getting grades and being taught on Play-Doh. And in elementary and middle school, it's my understanding that they're going to be taught sort of by live teachers, that teachers will be lesson planning. And so that's not the case then for the high school.
That's right. That's again, the challenge is, so at the elementary level, if you have a certified elementary teacher, right, they could teach, sort of any level. They can teach all the subjects, right? So the issue at the high school level, and again, it's not just Gloucester High School who are using a solution like Play-Doh. Many high schools are doing this because I won't, in the remote, available to teach remotely, I won't have all the different specialized teachers needed to create a cohort of teachers to meet the remote learning cohort, the folks who select that. So we, again, we're using the model of this courseware that we've used previously. It does not at all replace in-person learning, but it does assess the same standards. And about grading, about motivation for grading is one important question, right? It's like, why, if it's just pass fail, what's my motivation? That was a struggle in the spring. Students do need to get an 80% or higher on the Play-Doh mastery tests in order to move on and progress in the courseware. So there is a built-in incentive. Now you'd say, okay, 80%, well, isn't that a grade? Can't you just average these things out and grade the students? The issue is that those grades aren't equivalent to the Gloucester High School grades. And so for the purposes of GPA and class rank, students who are receiving pass-fail grades, the grades that get averaged into their GPA and class rank will be all of the grades that they have for all their semesters at Gloucester High School in which they're not in this specialized program, because those are more reasonably comparable to what students are doing in the in the hybrid program. So that's why we're doing pass fail. It's because the grades aren't really equivalent. However, there is serious motivation to be learning the standards and progressing with the courseware, because you do need to attain this level of mastery in order to continue to advance in the courseware. So that's just addressing one of the issues that was brought up earlier. We know it's not, we are going to be working very hard in this time that we have to be very strategic about which teachers are doing what support in the Remote Learning Academy. And we're going to do the best we can there, both for those personal connections that folks have spoken about and teachers making those in the Remote Academy, and supporting the students so that they're using this, the Play-Doh courseware to keep pace with their peers in the hybrid model. And we know it's not an ideal solution. We just don't have it's just not at the high school level possible for us to support all the students, both in hybrid and in a full remote simultaneously.
Okay, thank you.
Melissa?
I think you're muted, Melissa.
Sorry about that. So my question is, do you foresee any classes at the high school that will have to be taught remote only? Likely because the teacher that teaches that particular class, who has the most experience, isn't going to be able to come in, may have to be a remote teacher. So do you foresee any particular classes at the high school, particularly the specialty classes or the electives, that would just be a remote option only for the whole year?
Yeah, so what we would do is, because students will be in the building in person, in situations that that arise, as we know who the teachers are going to be, as you heard Ben talk about, we would be looking for someone to, we would need to then have, still have someone in the classroom with those students, and we would be looking at ways of streaming that teaching into those classes. So that's how we would work and we're not, I went through this with some other principals who are working on the same solution, because to some people that sounds like, wait a minute, can you really do that? But it is the solution that high schools are pursuing. That it's the very same thing that you just asked about. So streaming teachers in who are remote, but we have to have somebody in the room with them at the same time. And that's one of the staffing, that's that's one of the avenues of staffing that we will be pursuing, as we know what staff is available, needs to be remote, what staff is available and needs to support the remote learning program, right? And balancing those two needs.
No, that's good to hear, because as you know, teacher, school committee, parent, we all share the same concern for the safety of the teachers that just can't come into the schools. And we want to be able to enable those classes to continue to happen by the teachers that really want to teach those classes. So I'm glad to hear that. It just seems like the way of the future, COVID or no COVID, that might come out of all this, but it's good to hear. So thank you.
Sure, thank you.
Joel?
So I'm a little surprised, I'm pleasantly surprised to hear that last point, because I think Kathy brought that up as a question at the last meeting about, if there are teachers who can't make it into the building, but students who are willing to go into the building, can't you just do the reverse remote and have the teacher remote in? And so to that degree, you're able to do that. The adult in the room, do they need to be much more than a quarried, adult? They're not really doing the instruction, right? They're kind of there to, I assume, maintain, like civility and just keep people like, someone on task. So I guess what I'm getting to is there opportunity for the community? You see those signs everywhere, we're all in this together, for the community to kind of put their money where their mouth is and say, hey, listen, if you are, if you have the following skill set and you can pass a query and you're willing to volunteer to come take care of, B block algebra, here are the days of the week and the times they meet, and you need to be here 5 minutes ahead of time and stay 5 minutes afterward and sit in this room and make sure that, students are paying attention to the whiteboard that has the real teacher streaming in. Is that an opportunity to look to the community for involvement?
I think, you probably heard me, I keep sort of willing to entertain, what are some things we can do to make this stuff happen? Yeah, so Ben and I, we definitely talk about that. And as I said before, I've been talking with other principals who are in the same boat we are about their ideas of staffing these sorts of situations that allow a teacher to be remote where they need to be for the reasons that we know about, and still provide learning as the teachers want to do. So yeah, we'll talk about that for sure.
Yeah, and I'd actually put a firmer point on it. We've heard a variety of places tonight where more staff may be needed, but we can't we don't have the Gloucester, almost any community doesn't have just, unending resources just to hire more people, and we don't either. So that's something that, as we've laid out last week and tonight, we're still working on. All communities are working on this. We still need more information as I described, we're getting this week, but we're trying to, it's a good thing we're offering options to families. That's essential. And a good thing we're offering options to staff as well. But this is a complex puzzle that we have to, in order to land, it's gonna be really hard to land, I guess is what I'm saying. And so an option like that, Mr. Vavaza, where you're talking about, community members helping out, it's got to be scheduled, they've got to be safe, that sort of stuff, but that would be helpful. And we would definitely, we're open to that sort of thing, because we just won't be able to, I worry, I should say, and you should be all aware, as I told you before, that, we can't just keep adding staff. It's gonna be hard to do that. And so we gotta do this in a very sort of strategic way and maybe in a way it's outside the box as well. So
That's great. I'll be the first one in mind to volunteer to cover a class if I need to sit there and make sure kids behave. I don't teach anything. I think there are other like-minded people in the community that want to work. So if that's workable, that'd be great.
Thank you. Safafia, do you have any questions?
Nope, I'm here to listen to everyone else.
Okay. All right. Does anybody, I'm going to, Samantha?
Sorry, I'm a little bit stuck on this remote learning situation, and I'm thinking about it a little bit more. So hopefully if we come up with, the safest, most sustainable plan, we won't have to close very quickly to go fully remote. But if that does happen, just to help me understand, we're not going to be using Play-Doh, right? It would be going back to, teachers teaching synchronous, full lesson planning. That's the goal, right?
That's right. Yeah.
Okay.
Now, folks who are in the full remote program will also continue doing that component, right? We'll have more possibilities perhaps for, support and streaming things to those students as well, but they'll be in their, full remote learning program. Because we can't, if we're in a situation where we're going back and forth, those students are committing to that program, the full remote learning program with supported Play-Doh when they do that, because we could be, as I think as Ben has talked about, as lots of us have talked about, it would be disruptive to not only be perhaps switching into remote and then when safe to do so back to a hybrid, but to do that as well with teachers moving from this their progress in the remote learning program and then back into a synchronous remote class, that's then hybrid and then synchronous. The pacing won't be the same. They won't be coming back in the same place in their curriculum, so it won't line up right. They won't be working on the same. By the end of the year, they've gotten addressed the same standards, but they're not aligned. Right? The pacing of them won't allow for somebody who has chosen the full remote to then come back into, a fully teacher-taught situation. We just can't. They just won't align. They'll be coming in the middle of things and be in a different place in their progress in the curriculum.
Thank you.
And that's the same at middle school and elementary school. If you think about the comparable sort of experience on that is a middle school student or elementary school student will be who's in their remote learning approach has opted into that, because their family's decided that. When they'll have a classroom and they'll have a course of a classroom that is combined from children across the district. They won't have their teacher who's from their original school necessarily at all. So if the whole school then goes remote, they don't switch then back to their homeroom class. You can't switch them back and forth like that. It wouldn't be appropriate. It would be, to be disruptive to the child. First of all, they're working with one teacher and that sort of thing. So it's comparable at the middle and elementaries as well.
But yeah, so I totally appreciate that. But it is, from what I can understand, at the elementary, middle school level, a little more equitable, right? Because we are having teachers teach synchronously, and they're lesson planning. And so my worry is that, at the high school especially, I was supportive of the hybrid plan, knowing that, there's going to be some percentage that aren't going to come in. So social distancing, once we go full hybrid, will be slightly easier because we'll have less bodies. But to me, I don't know how it can be equitable, right? I mean, and I understand your challenges. I fully understand them. And I'm not asking you to have an answer to this, but do think it's going to influence people's decisions to either have to be uncomfortable and send their kids into school, being uncomfortable with the safety concerns, or risk not getting a robust education taught really by a live teacher. And again, I know you don't have an answer to that, but I have to say it out loud because it's worrisome. It's worrisome that we don't have an equitable option for the high school. And I do, I know for some parents, it's going to be non-negotiable. They'll still want to do remote because, they're rightfully fearful of, whatever their family situation is. But I think it's going to be sort of an issue as we move into this idea that we might have more space. I don't think we will because I wonder how many parents are going to feel okay knowing that it's just not an equitable option.
Mm-hmm. I feel that to answer the question that I do, I have been talking with a lot of families. I mean, right up until the start of this meeting, I was on the phone and emailing parents about with lots of detail, similar questions that you've had, other questions about their particular child's situation, and trying to address what's best for them. So we're going to do the best we can with the resources we have to support the folks who really need to be fully remote. And I completely everything you've said is weighs on us and is motivating also to make it the best it can be despite the limitations that you've pointed out.
Thank you.
Melissa?
So I don't have a question. If everyone's done with the questions, I just have a request that as we move on to receiving public comment, if we can just ask the person to state their name and how they're related to the high school. In other words, are they a teacher, a parent, or a student? So that we know who we're hearing from in particular. I mean, we got a lot of emails from parents and teachers and students, so I just like to be able to know whoever speaks what their relationship is to the high school.
Okay, that's makes sense. So if nobody on the committee has any more questions, we'll open it up for.
Well, I'm sorry, Jonathan.
Oh, okay, sorry.
I'm gonna wait because I really do want to hear what everyone has to say, and then I can, comment, ask questions, reassure, whatever. But I know that we're supposed to get an answer on Monday. But did anyone figure the factor two on the mandated flu shot? Because
I'm not
first
clear.
of all, well, my question is, okay, first of all,
I know they're mandating a flu shot, but what?
Well, the question is, first of all, is I'm still asking the governor myself, is like everyone has to be mandated before they go into school, et cetera. But I'd like to know how the hell all these doctors are going to get all these kids who want to go to school to get vaccinated. One, I'm not vaccinated, I'm sorry, because that's totally different, but flu shot. And how many children parents refuse? And did anyone ask them, is your child going to be getting the flu shot? And are we allowed to let them in the schools? That's a whole total different little thing that we haven't considered either. So I just, I hate to be Debbie Gloomer or whatever, but I'm thinking of everything and trying to get everything in. And first of all, thank you, everyone. And I'm hoping that, when everyone has a chance to talk, to understand and say again with Superintendent Loomis said that we're not here to be against anyone. We are here to be one. City side, school side, human beings. We're trying to figure out what's the best for all of us. Our children, ourselves, our teachers, everyone. And there's a lot of things to factor in. And I know Monday you're going to hear from, the teachers or their plans, and we'll hear all about the students who are coming and the size of the classes. But I don't think anyone factored either that even if I wanted to send my child to school, can I get a doctor's appointment to get the flu shot? Because the flu shot's not even going to be here fully. So I have no idea.
I think the requirement, Safathia, is that they have the flu shot by December 31st.
Right, but the fact is, we haven't figured that too, because you're starting a class and you're starting to say we're starting hybrid. I know that's a long way to go, but still, December, okay? You still have to figure that out, because then those students, are they going to be starting hybrid and then have to leave? And then what do we do? I mean, it's a lot. I want us to all, because remember, I told you in March, and I'm telling you again, we're now in September. I just want us to plan too, that come December, because who knows, we might be in the white for the longest time. And by December, the air vax, the quality, the mold and all of that, then we got to go do a whole new thing. So like Joel says, because, Joel talked to us before and said, you know what, let's keep working on plans. Remember, put this not on the back burner, but think, what are we going to do these kids? Are these kids, because I was asked a question. I refuse to get my child, and you can't get in because not everyone's going to get in to see their doctor's physicals, the whole thing, get the flu shot, make it available to begin with. We don't even know if we're going to get it. So to say that you can get the flu shot and your child is already in school because you chose to do the school, and the child's doing the hybrid program and doesn't want to do the flu shot, they get pulled up, where do they go? We have to think of that too. So, I mean, I just want, I know that you're probably saying, Swati, that's not until December. Let's worry about today and tomorrow. But you know what? If we're looking at, okay, we're telling the teachers today, you're going to start with an open window. We're going to get the events. We're going to get this. We're going to get that. Well, you know what? Then we need to also tell the parents that we're thinking about everything, including December. We're not saying we're going to give up on everything and then, or something happens. I truly believe that this community will continue to be proactive, and hopefully will stay, because we made it so far, knock on wood, with all the stuff that's been going on, we're still in the white. I think that this community come this winter, hopefully that will continue the white, and the ones who are hybrid or want to go hybrid be able to, but the flu shot. And I'm asking the governor, please think about what's happening and what's going on, because a lot of people will not. It's like, it's us versus them. And I don't want that for the city of Gloucester. That's all I'm saying. Okay, Kathy, I know it's not until December, but still, I talked to you about the schools not opening in September and no one listened. So I just hoping you're listening now.
Thank you. So we're going to move to the public input. We have at the moment 269 attendees, and 3 of them already have their hand up. So as Melissa said, I think it would be helpful is when you're recognized to identify yourself, and also to identify yourself as either a parent or a student or a teacher, or perhaps just a concerned citizen. We want to limit it to discussion about the plan before us, because we are going to have to take a vote on that tonight. Time is of the essence, and we put this off from last Friday, and we really are going to be here tonight until we get this resolved. So we're interested in your public input about this plan. So if you can, people can please refrain from going off onto other tangents, elementary schools, middle schools. We want to talk about the high school. So that being said, and also if you can limit it to 3 minutes, I'm gonna open it up, and the first person with a hand up is Jasmine Sazaki. Correct me if you're wrong. You gotta,
Oh, Jonathan, I'm going to keep the timer, just so you know.
okay.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Okay, sorry. It's Takachik. That's okay. I'm a parent. My child is going into high school. My concern is I'm kind of frustrated. It's piggybacking a little bit on something that was said earlier. I feel as if I'm kind of forced into picking the hybrid model because my child has an IEP. And I don't feel like she's going to get the education that she needs using the remote because she does need a live teacher. And I have health issues, and I already picked the remote, so I do feel I need to change my choice now. I don't know how to do that, first of all. I feel like now I'm forced into sending her hybrid. And what is going to be what's going to happen as far as her help? What kind of extra help is she going to be getting? Is there going to be extra help remotely if she needs it? Does she have to go to the school to limit that contact if she needs it? Those are my biggest concerns, is trying to limit that, because I didn't want her to have to go in the first place. I'm extremely worried about that. Yeah, those are pretty much my main things, and figuring out how to change the choice that I've made now in sending her remotely.
Okay. So do I understand what your question is? Is it what sort of support would your daughter get if she were to choose the remote option, or is that what you were asking?
Well, now that I'm going to have to send her hybrid now, because I don't feel she's going to get the support she needs remotely. But if she's going hybrid, is there going to be support remotely that she can get, even though she's going to be going to school with the hybrid model? Is there going to be remote support available instead of having to go to get that support to school in person because she's on an IEP?
Okay, I think James can address that.
We'll reach out to you right away. We'll reach out to you tomorrow and talk through the full options and how there are some specifics around special education that our team is ready we can talk about the individual situation quite extensively and give you the time to make that considered decision.
Okay, and I'll be able to change the choice, because it's funny because I just submitted it this morning, and I had wanted to wait until after this meeting, but then I don't know, it was that timing, you feel like you have that you had to make the choice.
Yep. We'll reach out tomorrow and we can arrange the switch, based on the information that you have, so you can make the best decision for your child.
Okay. Yep. Thank you so much.
Sure thing.
Next person up is the Cape Ann Museum. We see you, but we don't hear you. Okay, I'm gonna move on.
Sorry, that was an error. Sorry about that.
The next person with a hand up is Amber McGlynn.
Hi again, thank you for letting me speak. I just want to speak to a couple things. I think that it is important for, while these staffing issues are being figured out, that we do start remote, seeing as full remote is off the table since that was not what the school committee voted on. I feel like this is important because we've been over the summer. I'm sorry, Amber McGlynn. I'm a Gloucester High School math teacher. Over the summer, we have been trying to come up with all of these ways to engage our students and build these relationships. So this month that we would start remotely would help us build these relationships with students that would go on to the Remote Learning Academy. I do have concerns with the Remote Learning Academy, it using Edmentum and the Play-Doh. This is no fault of James or the administration, but because we didn't speak these concerns in the spring, but my colleague and myself had access to Play-Doh to use it with our students in our cohort, and we found that it wasn't equitable for our CP2 or our leveled students. We found that it wasn't helpful. So I personally think that if we had an extra month to do remote learning with students, especially students that are on a CP2 or a lower level course, we could develop these relationships with these students. The faculty that are going to be teaching these in the Remote Learning Academy could learn ways to continue relationships and just make things more equitable and learn how to check in with them. Because I have had, and other colleagues, math especially, I don't know much about other content, but I've had experience with Play-Doh, and I just didn't find that with certain cohorts of students it works. With specific supports, it could work, but we would need some time to work out that support and how it could work with our students. And it's important that we build those relationships. So I think that it is important that we have that month to start remote with a teacher, and the Remote Academy teachers could learn how to build and foster those relationships. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Christina Krolaris?
Hi. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, hi. I'm a student at Gloucester High School, going into my senior year. So from my understanding, are we going fully remote until October?
Jonathan, you're muted.
Jonathan, you're muted.
There'll be limited opportunities for all students to come in and meet the teachers. I think there'd be an orientation if you happen to be in the shops or have qualify as an English language learner or something. There would be in class, in building classes. If you want to come in and work in a room because of connections or there's be the opportunity to actually go in and work remotely from within the building. I think, is that about it, James? Yeah.
Okay, and I'm also seeing that the gyms are being remodeled, but what about the bathrooms? I feel like those need the most work, considering there's no paper towels. Lots of people have been using toilet paper to dry their hands, which was a big concern. And just one parent had talked about their child's struggles. What about the others? I feel like we've had enough time to set up virtual meetings and discuss concerns with parents and students for any concerns or things that they need. And then as well as what Safathia said about the flu shots, if a child chooses to do hybrid and doesn't have a flu shot and gets sick, then what is the option for that? As well as if two students are having symptoms in the school building and are both placed into the medical room, and one student has COVID and the other doesn't, then they would end up being exposed. So how would we handle that situation?
A lot of those issues are covered in the plans that we have online. As far as the distancing within the health suites, I think that's covered. I don't know if there's anybody that wants to address any of those questions besides me. Okay, we will take that all into consideration. Kristen Peterson.
Hi, I'm Kristen, and I have a son and going to be a sophomore at the high school. So I just want to kind of piggyback off of Jasmine that spoke about now changing her son or her child from full remote to the hybrid. I'm completely in the same boat. From the beginning, I was going to do the hybrid, and hearing just what I've learned since this afternoon and this evening, and then after hearing a teacher come on here and just say how poorly it is and how it doesn't go and line up with the curriculum at the high school, or I know she didn't use those specific words, but I think that's what she was getting at. That's going to be an issue for any parent that's considering the full remote. So I really feel like this needs to be cleared up.
Jonathan, if I could just clarify the difference between the curriculum in the Edmonton Plato courseware does align by standards with the equivalent courses at Gloucester High School. The difference really is about what you get out of having a teacher who is a single teacher for each specialized subject able to teach someone, and that is what we don't have that. We can't do that at the high school for folks who are remote. At the same time, we're doing it for people who are,
of course,
in the building, and that's the real difference that the teachers have talked about.
Okay.
What we'll be using this time for, as Amber mentioned earlier, is making sure that the level of support and even the tools that students are using to learn, are we able to augment those with other things that, like, say, the math teachers found worked better, right? So if you can't learn it through the Plato approach, is there a Khan Academy video, a Khan Academy tutorial that helps better or can support it for kids who didn't learn that particular way? It's that kind of thing that we are going to be able to do better, and as Amber referred to earlier. But you're right that they're not.
Yeah, I think I got, and maybe I'm wrong, and I guess Amber could correct me, but I got more from what she's saying is it maybe just doesn't seem as a strong remote academy. I know there's a bunch people have been texting me today saying that you can enroll your kid in this like great credited a remote academy. So it just sounds to me like maybe this program that you guys are considering isn't one of the strongest.
Thank you. Cynthia Machowski.
Hello, thank you again for letting me speak. And clearly it's an understatement to say these past few months have been stressful, and especially this past month with everything getting close, and it's really been hard. I do know that if James Cook, as we said at the last time, has said that we need more time to be able to do the hybrid approach, then that's what we need to do. He is our leader. He's our expert. I think what I think there's a perception about teachers, because we are teaching your kids. You are the expert of your kid, but you're not the expert, the teacher. And I was thinking about this today, about how okay, I'm gonna back up. First of all, I do appreciate when I was listening in on the superintendent interviews, and the one thing that I really appreciated, there were several things I appreciated about Ben Lummis, but one of them was in his interviews, he was the one that asked the school committee, what is your pandemic plan? Right? Like the other woman didn't ask it, you guys didn't ask it either, and he did. So I feel like I have faith, you know, with little I know of him, that he is working closely with everybody to kind of do the best that we can. He's the only one that asked what's going to happen, because the reality is we're in this situation. Nobody wanted this. We all want to be with our students, and the only thing we're asking for is things that are safe. As in terms of the Department of Education, DESE, they are the experts on education. They're not the experts on physical distancing. That would be my good friend Tony, Dr. Fauci, to the rest of you. And he is, sorry, just trying to add some levity, but they are not the experts on physical distancing. So the 3 feet guideline is not, I just find that unacceptable. And I feel like that is the Department of Education just trying to get as many students crammed in, sort of like a cattle, like just shove them all in as much as we can. So James, oh my God, you're doing your head rub thing. I like driving you crazy right now. It's like in a faculty meeting when I'm making you nuts. Sorry. and oh, Christina, I loved that you got on and spoke. That was so awesome. I was like, yay, I'm so proud of you. But anyhow, I just think if this is what James and Ben have discussed and are asking for the high school to go to this remote until Columbus Day and then phase it in, then that's what we should listen to. So thank you so much. And oh, and Laura, your children were adorable. I loved them. I was like, oh my God, they're so cute. I don't know. Anyhow, so thank you, everybody. And yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Rosa Goulart. I don't know. Rosa apparently disappeared. Amanda A.
Hello, thank you for allowing me to speak. I am a parent of a high schooler who is going into her junior year. I originally, immediately when this all came up, chose remote. I decided that I didn't want my daughter to be in the schools just yet. During COVID, I was diagnosed with cancer. I'm doing very well, but still, it's a health concern. So I decided I wanted to keep her home. So now listening to these different things about the Play-Doh, the pass fail, choosing it for the whole year, and you know, if you want to choose it for a term and then things go well, and you know, I would, the goal is to get her back in school. I think that's everybody's goal, is to get their children back in school. So but I feel like it's a very unattractive option now, to have her in this Play-Doh remote, where it's pass fail and you have to commit they're asking parents to commit for the year. They're saying that you can go by semester or term, but you have to, give a month in advance if you want them to go into the hybrid program. Maybe once you feel a little more comfortable with it, and it's not going to be taught by a teacher. It's going to be, watching slides and all of that stuff and kind of self-paced learning. She doesn't struggle in school. So, I was kind of hoping for that, but it just makes it a very difficult decision when you have to choose between your child's education and safety for your family. And that's the position that I've been put in. And it's hard. And I just wanted, I don't know, maybe there's another solution. I know you guys have been working day and night and hoping to come up with something that will be better for everybody. It's not going to be perfect for everybody. I get that. But anyway, I just wanted you to hear my opinion. So thank you.
Thank you. Amy Mitchell.
Hello, I just want to say that I have a student entering 8th grade at O'Malley. I also have a student entering the 11th grade at the high school. I have listened to all these meetings. I have thought about all sides, both, the school committee, the teachers, the principals. I truly, truly feel that we have the most amazing teachers in this district. I felt that way when I was a student. I actually was one of Mrs. Rex's first students that she had. Sorry, she won't want me saying that since I'm older now, but I had to. I truly do. I believe that we have the absolute most amazing teachers in this district. I've not had one situation where I've ever had an issue with a teacher that wasn't worked out. We have done an amazing job hiring these teachers. We need to listen to what they have to say. I respect each and one of them in their opinions. Mr. Cook, he was a very well-respected teacher. He's a very well-respected principal. And if he is saying that he needs more time to do what is best for these kids, then I think we need to respect that and realize that he knows better than we do. And we need to take that into consideration. Thank you.
Thank you.
Do I sound like a drunk?
Sean Goulart.
Hi, good evening. This is Rosa Goulart. I was having issues with my computer. I am the health and wellness teacher at the high school, and I am a parent of an incoming 9th grader and 10th grader. Ms. Watson, I wanted to address one of the concerns that you brought up about the Plato program. By no means is it perfect. But what I would like to say to you, because I have used the program for some students that I have taught one-on-one, is that we have several experts in the building that range from the English, the math, the science, the history departments, and also my health and wellness. And we have the ability to level these classes. So for our higher achieving students, we can make them more robust. And also for our students who need additional support, we can and have in the past worked with liaisons and special education teachers to help modify the curriculum provided through Plato to meet their needs. I think it's important that we give this option currently because it is the best one that we have. While we work remotely and develop those relationships with our students, we can assess what they need and work collaboratively with our colleagues who have the expertise in those programs to meet the needs of our students.
Say thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. We have Amber back again, so.
Hi again. I'm sorry. I just wanted to add and kind of amend my statement that I said earlier. So I feel like Play-Doh as a standalone option doesn't suffice as an education, okay? But I do feel like with a Play-Doh, with support of a teacher, a remote learning academy teacher that knows how to level it and knows how to supplement the education, it can provide a student or students or a cohort with the education they need. But this is something that needs to be learned, and it's not something that is easy to learn. And it's something that's teachers need time to know how to do. And so I think that that month that is being recommended is important so that we can learn these skills and fine-tune them and be able to provide our students that are choosing that option the education that they need. And that's all I wanted to add to that. Thank you.
Thank you. Talia, Pata.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, hi. My name's Talia Pata. I'm entering senior year of high school. And I just want to say I'm all for the hybrid model. A lot of us want to go back. It's our senior year. But anyways, besides the point, I just have a couple questions about grading and schedules. So someone did say that we aren't being graded. So how would that work for like graduation and just like, you know, how does the grading work? And also, when are we getting our schedule, seeing it's like the end of August and school is, you know, coming up on the 16th. So that's my only questions I have.
James, you want to address that?
Unmute. There we go. So the grading question first. So hybrid courses are graded as usual, right? We're proceeding with regular Gloucester High School grades. And for students who do take the Remote Learning Academy option, they're pass-fail courses, but they're still accumulating all the credits. They're still getting 2.5 credits each semester, 5 credits for the full year. All those sorts of things. So no impediments to progressing toward graduation coming up. Schedules. So every morning, your guidance counselors are working really hard to make all the adjustments to students' schedules and reaching out to students who have gaps here and there that we need to fill in ways that comply with the distancing situations and all that. So I'll be sending out communication to families as soon as we have a decision here. I'll be communicating with families about what our next steps are, and that will include information about when students can get their schedules. So you'll have them well before you start. But yeah, we know folks are anxious out there to get their schedules. Students want to know, and we want to get you guys going as well. So you'll be hearing from me really shortly after this, this decision is made by the school committee. And thank you for speaking tonight and asking the questions.
Thank you, Talia.
Thank you. I'm not seeing any more questions. I'll give it a minute or so. My intention after we close the public input would be to ask the administration if they have any of the administrators, if they have anything they'd like to add before we make a motion and go into deliberations. Beth, again.
Thank you. I just wanted to make the community aware, and perhaps the school committee, that we have now been moved from white to green in Gloucester, and that's how fast it can happen. And I think people are going on about, like this is just a regular thing. It's not. So if you check the mass.gov dashboard as of today, Gloucester is now no longer white on the map, it is green. And I thought that was worth mentioning. Thank you.
Thank you. Rayanne Tramataro.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Sorry about that. Okay, I just wanted to say last week I challenged the school committee to wear their masks during the meeting. And I understand it's hard, but I just want you to know I can't wear my mask for an hour still. It's going to be hard for us to do it in the classroom for 4 hours. And never mind about the 16 kids in front of me. But I just want to say, I was offended today by some people saying, or somebody saying that some teachers are going on vacations in restaurants. I haven't been. I'm petrified to go back to school. And I just want to say that last week it was mentioned that some classes are having a hard time teaching remotely, or how could they, such as drama or art. We can do it. Just have faith in us. That's all I'm asking. And can you just give us a little more time? But I just want you to please have a little more faith in us. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Lisa Grolu.
Hi, sorry, there's a delay to unmute. My name is Lisa Grollo. I have two sons in the high school. One will be a senior, one will be a sophomore. And I was very disappointed in the remote learning option that I was provided. I did email Principal Cook yesterday about GPAs and class rank and that kind of thing. And I have a couple of questions. One is, like, this is just the tip of the iceberg. We're just talking about the high school, and I'm not going to get into the elementary and the middle school, but we haven't even touched upon the 3-foot distancing once they go back. We haven't really clarified the ventilation business. I guess we're getting ionization units, and maybe that's what we're waiting for. But what I don't understand is why we haven't been the creative thinkers that we all are and thought about putting all of our Gloucester teachers in these remote positions in an indefinite way. Who knows? I mean, we just heard Gloucester's going green now. So I think we need to, like Safatia said, think ahead. I mean, who knows what's going to happen in a couple of months. So it's great that we're moving forward with this thinking of going phased in hybrid. And I'm so happy to hear about it. And I'm so proud of us for hopefully choosing that. But I just hope that we're all forward thinking and that this could be the whole year. Who knows? And I just want to remind you, at that school committee meeting where you all voted on this, it was said many times that this was not the end. There were going to be more discussions. Things could change. So when you all voted on that, your idea was, or maybe not all of you, but the idea was that this was just to get things going, just to start the conversations. So just keep that in mind tonight when you're making your decision. Thank you.
Thank you, Lisa. Okay, Jasmine is back.
Hi, I'm sorry. I just thought of another question. Jasmine, mom, again. I was thinking, and I know you guys have been hard at work, but I just had a question and not sure if this has been brought up amongst everyone in the committees and has been thought of, but has it been discussed a possibility of, for remote learning, something as some kind of live connection to the classrooms for the students instead of having a completely separate system for remote learning so kids could be involved in the classroom and have live teachers instead of having a complete separate system, so the kids are still getting the same education and still getting the same quality and still being involved. Some kind of live system and live way of learning and being able to be in the classroom at the same time with the teachers. Has that been discussed as an option?
Jonathan, could I?
Yeah, please.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for the opportunity. Yes, there are some technological obstacles for us doing that, but that is also one of the things that has been brought up before, and the conversation about doing that strategically in the sort of the highest leverage classes, right? Particularly, core classes where that sort of instruction, whether in completely or in the ways that we can get students who might be remote in a remote learning program setting to get the benefit of our expert teachers. So always in these situations, we don't want to overpromise something that we haven't fully been able to vet and make sure everything works because of some of the technological limitations. But that is something that we will be looking at very closely in preparation for during this phase-in period for the people who may take the full remote option. So thank you for bringing that up.
Oh, thank you.
Thanks. Okay, I'm going to close the public input, and I'm going to ask if there's any administrators here who would like to add to any of the things they've heard before, like I say, we make a motion and go into deliberations. I noticed that our athletic director, Brian LaFada, is here. Brian, would you like to tell us about sports this fall?
Yeah, sure. Thank you for the opportunity. Obviously, I'll make it very quick. It's just a quick update of what's going on and where we may be headed. I know it's not the most important thing right now with this topic you got going, but just a quick update, three little things. About a week ago, or 1 week ago from today, Wednesday, the MIAA, our governing body, did permit all members of the state to go ahead if they so chose with lower or moderate risk sports to go ahead with pending district approval and league approval. That would include boys soccer, girls soccer, field hockey, cross country, and golf. Two higher risk sports that we offer in the fall, football and competitive cheer, statewide are being moved to what they're calling a fall 2 season, more of a floating season, which will occur in February 22nd to approximately April 26th, more or less moved in between our current winter season, our usual winter season, and our spring season. Those dates have been slightly altered to fit the season in to get football and competitive cheer in. Obviously, there were many guidelines the MIAA provided that day, put in place for school districts and leagues to factor in if they were to proceed with trying to run a league or any sort of seasons. When they did do it, I would say they picked September 18th would be the first official day any high school sports could start if was chosen by the league. The next big thing of the three things many people did hear or see in the media over the past 24, 48 hours, the Northeastern Conference that we're a member of did hold a meeting of all principals and athletic directors, and there was a vote taken by the principals as they are in control of that situation in regard of how to handle the Northeastern Conference for the fall season. The vote was in regard to whether we move to the floating season or stay with what we are, and the majority vote was to move the fall season to the floating season of February. Gloucester specifically, obviously Principal Cook was there, and we discussed this, and our vote at the time is we did abstain. We felt at that point that we didn't have enough information. We also were unable to, we didn't feel comfortable that we had communicated enough with Superintendent Lummis and the school committee to make a decision at that time for such something of such levity as far as playing a season. So that's where we stood with that, but the league vote was to proceed to the fall 2 floating season for all sports. That's all the sports I did mention previously. And then the last thing, as far as planning ahead at this point, I'm exploring all avenues right now. We're not committing to saying what is going to happen or isn't. There's so many questions, topics. There's still information waiting to come out from the MIAA as far as specific sports, guidelines, restrictions. And I'm talking with ADs. I'm starting to talk with all of our current fall coaches on opportunities that we can do or alternate plans to safely get all the student athletes out there this fall, to keep them engaged and do whatever possible, whether it's internally with just Gloucester student athletes, if there's any opportunity for scrimmaging, interscholastic play, or anything of that point. So sorry I went through all of that very quickly, but I do know there's a lot of important topics you guys still have to get to tonight. So I just wanted to give you the brief update. James, I don't know if you have any else to add on top of that.
No, I think that sounds good. And, I just reiterate that for us, because we wanted to leave all our options open, we voted, I think along with Danvers and Beverly, to abstain from making a decision at that point. And other folks are in different places in their communities and voted to move our conference to this fall 2 season. We're still committed to figuring out, just as you've heard me talk about with the school, figuring out how to get our students safely to participate in some form of fall athletics. So Brian and I and Ben we're all in regular communication about figuring out what still is open to us. So you'll be hearing more as we deliberate and have more of plans moving forward. But that was a really good update, Brian, in a very fluid situation. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks. Is anybody else, administrators, like to weigh in before we put a motion on the table and go into deliberations?
James, anything you want to add, or?
No, I feel I'm very appreciative of the questions of the committee and the statements and questions of students, particularly, and teachers and family members. Parents who all asked great questions tonight and allowed us to flesh out a lot of the details of this plan and what exactly will be taking place as teachers come back, as we transition through remote and transition into a hybrid in October. So I just want to appreciate everybody for asking the kinds of questions that lead us into the details in clear ways that people can fully understand and be able to make informed decisions.
Okay.
Great. And then just last comment, I'd like to thank James and his staff who've been working through this very, very diligently. It can be frustrating to folks, as it is frustrating to me, not to have all the details. At this point, typically before a school year, everything is pretty much hardwired, and we're just putting the last piece in place to open schools like we know how to do. So I do understand it's frustrating, it's difficult. Not to have, the students who asked about schedules, the families who asked about, the learning options, that sort of stuff. We sense the frustration with that. We understand it. It's real. But I do also at the same time do appreciate folks understanding that Principal Cook and his staff are doing the best they can in such uncertain times. And I hope the committee appreciates that. We would not come to you in this way with this decision if it hadn't been thoroughly well thought out and if we didn't think it was the best possibility at this point. But thank you for your consideration.
Okay, so if there's unless there's somebody else, what we're looking for right now is a motion to approve the plan put forth by the administration for the reopening of the high school for the period of September 16th through October 13th, is it? And which would include that some students would, in fact, participate within the building for some parts of the day, depending on the program. All students would receive an orientation in the building, but after that, the bulk of the students would be being taught remotely until October 13th. We could put up that the slide you had that basically has that listed off if you'd like, but anyways.
I'll move that motion, Jonathan.
Okay. And do we have a second? I can't see people now, so you're gonna just. Okay, we have a motion and a second. The details were up there, and so we'll open it for discussion. Melissa.
First I want to thank James and the superintendent and everyone involved in bringing this issue forward. There was no way to predict the situation we're in today or even tonight, not knowing how all these hybrid options are going to work. Also not knowing the staffing situation and everything else. I don't see any reason why we wouldn't support this motion, because you've gracefully come to us with solutions, more solutions than you did the other night. And we have to appreciate the fact that not everything's going to run smoothly, and we can only do the best we can with what we have and with what we know today, because we don't know what tomorrow is. I am completely on board, still moving forward with a hybrid under your recommendation. Whether we're white, green, or yellow, all three colors suggest that we can go into hybrid mode. More caution with the yellow, of course. And we all know that there can be just a difference of one person between white and green in our community, because we have such a small community. But for everything we've heard tonight, I don't see any reason not to support this motion. And I appreciate the fact that you're getting the vocational kids in, and most especially appreciate the fact that you're opening up the school for kids that want to come in and do their learning in the school during this 1 month period of trying to figure out the rest of the scheduling. So I'm going to support this motion. And again, thank you for all the hard work that went into this conversation.
Joel?
So one thing that I think we're not really discussing is what we're hearing is that the hybrid plan we selected, which is a fairly complicated, 2 cohorts per day, et cetera, is they're not able to pull this off. Really haven't heard whether or not another hybrid is achievable and whether we've backed yourself into a corner. You'll notice that, and again, this is, I admit an assumption, and everyone, knows what happens, you assume things. But the other hybrid plans that we've approved, those, from what I can tell, those grade levels are reporting that they're on track to get this off the ground September 16th. And the hybrid model selected for the high school, which I appreciate, has a different setup as far as classes and the variety of paths in which students travel throughout the day between classes. The hybrid plan for the high school seems more complicated than the hybrid plans we approved otherwise. And so there really hasn't been any conversation as to whether the staffing issues that we're having are alleviated in part, if not in whole, and I doubt in whole, if there was a simpler hybrid model employed. And so we haven't really talked about that, and that's something that I think we owe it to the many people who are emailing us saying please keep our children heading into a hybrid learning situation starting in September. Then we kind of owe it to them to at least explore if there's another hybrid option that works.
I think that the purpose of this buying of the the month or so is to help the administration to develop a better approach to the hybrid. There's still the goal, but you could have some time to refine it.
Is it to do any hybrid, or is it to make this hybrid work?
So Joel, I can answer that question. We did keep, as you may remember from our presentation, that we also presented an A-B model when we made our presentation, right? And I know it was a long night and we were at the end of the night and all those things, but we did present an A-B model, which doesn't alleviate the staffing issues. You're right about the complexity, but we still need to staff the remote academy, and all the issues you've heard about tonight about the remote academy aren't affected, to making that as robust as it can be, and also the staffing of making sure that we are, in places where a teacher, can't be with the students for all the health reasons teachers are facing. It doesn't change that staffing of classroom issue either, nor does it change any of the real class size issues or cohort, things that we've been able to solve aren't different in the A-B model. So we did talk about that. Would any of these things we're planning for be different in an A-B model? But it doesn't help that. Busing is the thing that it most would help, but we figured that out. Adam did such a great job figuring that out, but not these other issues that we're facing currently. It's a really good question.
Through the chair, if I may just push on that, I wonder, I know it's been limited response thus far as far as which teachers are not able to come back, or is there a subset of those teachers who are saying, I'm at an elevated risk for whatever reason, and the amount of students you're putting into these classrooms has gone beyond my comfort threshold, and I think I'm too at risk. But if we presented a plan that had, the full 6-foot compliance that you hear teachers talking about, fewer students in the building at the same time, is there a subset of teachers who right now are saying, hey, listen, I'm really sorry, I would love to see my students, but this doesn't feel safe to me, would then say, if they were 6 feet apart and there was less of them, each time, I'd be willing to come in despite my elevated risk. Do you feel there's any, subset there?
Frankly, we've heard lots of comments about 6 feet, right? That's not affected by our ability to cohort in a way that gets students into the building at least enough consistency for twice a week in the AB plan, or that doesn't change in any of the hybrid plans either. That would be we've all heard that is a reasonable, that is a consideration that people are making, but that doesn't change with the models that allow us to bring students into the building with enough frequency to satisfy needing to have students with close intervals of contact with teachers. Do you know what I mean? Without going like a full week without seeing a teacher, that kind of thing. We would have to break down into more cohorts with more kids away from the building in order to get us to the full 6 feet and more situation. And so we're looking for that the plan that we put forward allows for the students in the building with the most consistency, which is what our most struggling learners need the most, is that consistency. This plan we put forward does that the most, and whether that AB hybrid that we presented or this, the big difference is twice per week with the teachers in the AB hybrid, and 4 times in students in with the split day model that we put forward is the big difference. But
any Kathy?
I want to start by thanking all the parents and community members, even students that have written to us, they are very, very passionate about having their kids in person. I mean, some have written, multiple times to stress as we've been moving along to continue with our plan. I would love to yet further push Principal Cook for September 16th, but I think the reality is with that date, that there would be classrooms that really wouldn't have teachers in them, probably, as you still work to hire. I do find promise in the idea that you will have orientation. I do trust that you will hopefully take the feedback that if there are opportunities and if there are ways in which we can have more time with students in classrooms prior to October 13th, that you would take advantage of those opportunities. I would hope that maybe there are teachers that would bring kids in for labs or things like that, if they could possibly do so, if they saw the opportunity and the safety factor met by doing so. Back to the parents, I do know that a lot of, we've heard an awful lot from educators, but they're not seeing the letters that we are getting. And we are getting many, 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 many letters. And 80% of families want to be back. So I think it's just so important that we get there and we get there as quickly as we possibly can. I'm very heartened by the comments about the Play-Doh remote system and the power and the effort that's being made to make that as robust as possible. And it sounds like there's a lot of effort being made, and certain teachers have certainly gotten really familiar and are part of creating that. And I also want to thank the teachers that have been part of all of your planning, both through the summer and through this particular round. I mean, these plans that we have received from every level are teacher collaborative with administrator plans. And I trust that they are viable because of that involvement. So I am going to be supporting this with the hope that we will take every opportunity to take advantage of getting kids in the buildings as much as possible in the short term.
Laura.
I just wanted to say thank you to James and to Ben for seeing a problem and being willing to stop and sort of regroup. I have a huge amount of respect for that. There's a lot going on, a lot of moving parts here. I also want to thank everyone who's written to us and attended these meetings and participated constructively. Like, this is democracy, right? This is how it works. And I also just want to say that, we're trying to come up with the best solutions among solutions none of us want. And so I just think, having a moment to pause and to remember that this is where we are. It's not where we want it to be. We are in the midst of this global emergency. And so, just to all of us have patience and sort of compassion for each other as we go through the process of trying to get our kids back to learning in the safest and most effective way possible. And I think we can do that as a community. So thank you to everyone.
Jonathan?
Yes.
Okay, it's hard to, first of all, thank you, everyone. It's not easy, and it's not a normal thing. It's not something that we, like I said earlier, it's not something that we negotiated. It's not like something that we planned for, or we actually know. You're talking 1 minute in white and green, and it's difficult. It's hard. It's scary. It's, it's something that, no one really has an answer for. Even if we had all brand new schools, okay, all air vents, all high quality, if you go into school and you don't wash your hands and you don't take precautions and you don't do what you do, you're going to get the COVID. I mean, look, the hospitals, our homes, none of us have put new vents in, put new air quality or IRS on anything. I worked in the hospital for 20 years. I worked in the West End. There were flus. Every time the flu season comes, you have to be your own person. You have to wash. You have to do everything. And we try to work out something, to listen to our leaders in the hospitals or Board of Health or but here we ask, all our principals to work with their teachers. And you know what? Let me tell you something. They all did. The plan that I saw in front of me, as Kathy Clancy said earlier, we were talking, is that, these plans were made with teachers. They were, O'Malley said, she worked with all her teachers to figure out what's best for them. Each school is different, and each principal has a different working relationship with their teachers. And it's just that James Cook, I've worked with them before, worked with them during the summer. We've come up with little mini crisis, no crisis, different kind of crisis, him screaming, I'm screaming, and everything else. And if he's saying that, him and Ben have worked through this and they really need some time, it's for the best of the students. I'm not going to have him say, and there is no we won or they won. I hate when someone said, you let the teachers win, or you're letting the, school committee win. There is no win or lose. We're all losing because there is this stupid virus that's consuming our whole country and the world. And those who still believe and don't believe. I mean, someone said to me today, don't worry about it, Maya. It'll be all set. That's why they said December, because after the election in November, the virus, there's going to be a vaccine. I'm going like, okay, I gotta go. Thank you. I mean, we're going to work with this, and we're going to work with what we need to do best. I have no idea what Play-Doh is. When I first heard about it, I thought it was something I'm supposed to be playing with. I'm going like, oh, really? They do that now? And I'm sorry. I mean, and that's how I feel, because I am not, like your teachers or yourselves are learning what Play-Doh is or what programs this. And just like all of the other ones who are saying, what are they talking about? How's that doing? And what grades and not grades? What do you mean you're not going to grade me? Or it's just like, and I feel like that when my sister was in college and they went to other countries for a term, they were there actually just for attendance, never got graded. I'm going, oh, really? Can we all do that? But when the high school children come in with their concern is how you're going to grade me, that just tells you what a wonderful job our teachers and our principal at the Gloucester High School are doing when a student comes up and says, I'm worried about my grades. Are you going to grade me? Am I going to be okay for college? That right there tells us all that our students do have good teachers, do have the best schools, and have been working, whether it's been old schools, new vents, whatever, open the window, close, mold, please. Half of us have mold in all the city buildings we have in our houses too. You leave a wet cloth, you're going to get mold. You leave something in there. That is not my concern as much as we all working together for the best of all our students. And James, I support you 100% because I know you know your teachers and your students. So with that long-winded remark, this is just the tip. We're going to give you time. And my negotiation team that they have that, on the school committee will work on what we can with the teachers and figure out what we can do. Like I said, we had a meeting with Ben. We've already going to go to the city council, working with your city council, because it's a team. We have to borrow $400,000 or get it from the stabilization fund, and to get it out of our capital improvement, because we find out that a lot of things cannot be reimbursed from the state or the Care Plus. A lot of things cannot, but it doesn't matter because we want to put our kids first. We know the school committee, this city council will continue that vote. They're going to have to vote, I believe, Vanessa or Ben talked to Melissa Cox, who's on the budget and finance. So, we're going to come with something that, it's going to be workable. But we also, please, I'm telling you, I have some parents who are texting me, calling me, worry about December, but worry about if we have to go remote, because you just don't know what's going to happen in 3-4 weeks. I don't want to be in the last minute. We have to shut down, and there's no plan. please, I know you have Ben and I know you have James and all the principal working is, if we have to go to remote, what are we going to do? And the biggest fear of people of why they want to choose today or not choose is, I don't want my child not to be stuck with the class. So if we have to go to remote, am I not going to get my teacher? There are a lot of, you know, questions that still need to be answered. And let's hope that, you know what, we sit down together and this is recorded. If we can get some of these questions and concerns, because they weren't all answered tonight, that we can answer them, and we'll put it on the school committee page so they can see tonight, date 8/26, this question was answered, and we'll do that. It's just that we got to work together. Don't give me all those looks, because just because you can't see me, I'm seeing all of you. I'm going to shut up now so you can stop, but it's concerns that we have to look at. Thank you.
Samantha, you.
Thank you. So I think, you know, our goal really should be coming up with the most sustainable plan. And if you need more time to come up with the most sustainable plan, I support that. I think if we rush into this, we risk not getting it right, and then we're closing prematurely on the other end, which then just rips out the rug from every single family in this district. And, you know, 2 weeks, 3 weeks of in-person learning really doesn't help anybody. So for me, whatever you need to do to get this right, to make sure it's safe, take whatever time you need, to be honest with you, because I think I'm trying to get this with the goal of sort of the long haul. If we come up with a really solid plan that works, maybe we get through the holidays. Who knows, right? Like, let's think positively. So this 1 month at the beginning, really, to me, is worth all the time to possibly extend the possibility of in-person learning for the families who really need it. I mean, I think that's really where I'm coming from is, you know, from working with families in crisis, if we don't get this right, we're doing more harm than good if we have to shut prematurely for a lot of these families and for a lot of these kids. So that really is, for me, the most important piece going into this. So I will support this.
Joel?
Thanks. You know, it's a bummer everyone has their mind made up before we have our discussion, but I thought I'll try and spark one anyway. So going on what Sam just said, you know, what if it's the other way around? What if, you know, these next couple of weeks are the only couple of weeks any of our school buildings are actually open? The idea was that we had a very short window of time to get these hybrid plans in place and off the ground. And then we were going to try and get as far as we could hybrid. And then, you know, if and when cases spike, we were going to transition to remote. And now we're going to have, by going to the remote to start, we're going to take the time that other schools, the K through 5 and the O'Malley will have to begin really, you know, working on what does their remote option look like and how do they implement their remote option, especially how they implement it in a short window of time. They'll be working on that problem with more bandwidth. The high school will still be trying to solve the problem of how do we get to hybrid. And what if we're just having them waste time for the next 3 or 4 weeks, you know, after school starts, trying to figure out hybrid. And by the time poor Principal Cook's almost got it figured out, we're in the yellow and all the schools are going full remote anyway. And now the high school's still behind everybody else trying to figure out how do we pull our sudden remote transition off because we spent so much time, so much effort trying to figure hybrid out that could have been devoted to really building a robust remote program. So are we, you know, hurting ourselves by continuing to encourage the high school to work to get this complex hybrid plan off the ground, knowing that it's not going to be off the ground for at least a month after everybody else will have started? And I'd love to hear from any of my committee members on that and have an actual discussion about this motion.
Laura?
So in response to Joel, I hear what you're saying. I think we're living in the world of unknowns. We just don't know. We're taking the best information we have at a given moment and trying to make the best decisions we can with that information. At least that's my understanding, right? We just don't know. So I hear what you're saying, that this time when our community transmission is low seems like the best time, and that's what we were told in that long meeting. This is the best time. But we can't move forward with a plan that's not workable. That's a non-starter. So there doesn't seem to me, there's no option. When the people in charge of implementing a plan tell you we need more time to implement this plan, that seems quite clear to me.
Laura, I don't mean to cut you off, but I just feel you're maybe misunderstanding me. What I'm saying is, if they say, hey, we can't pull this off, I'm not saying we should pull the trigger and make them pull it off on the 16th anyway. What I'm saying is, maybe they just can't pull it off. Maybe we've wasted enough time trying to get this to work, and it's just not going to work. And we're going to find ourselves in October going, oh, I cannot believe we just spent, 4 more weeks trying to figure this out. When we could have just tonight said, you know what, guys, I guess it's not working out at the high school. We'd rather you plow all of your effort into making remote learning as effective as possible, so that, instead of trying to get into the school on October 12th, by October 12th, you have like a really excellent, standard setting remote option put together, because we just don't think you're going to get it.
I do hear what you're saying, Joel. I do. I really do. And I've also had those thoughts. But we voted for these plans, right? We didn't vote for going full remote. And so now we're moving forward with that vote to try to make.
We voted to start September 16th hybrid. We didn't vote to start October hybrid.
Fair enough.
But we are about to that's the vote. That's the motion that's on the table right now. Kathy, go ahead.
Joel, I hear you. I think, but my understanding is that the professional development plan for the first 10 days of teachers being back, and not the students, has to do with strengthening that remote option. And it also, according to James, the plan that's put in place, a full remote would have gone through blocks A through G anyway. So they're just not they're going to be doing it remote to begin with, then the kids will transition in. So I don't think it changes kind of the scheduling and all that. So I'm not sure what time. I just feel confident that the effort that's being made will get our remote learning when we need it as strong as it can be. And I quite honestly think a lot of that will just continue to get strong as they're doing the hybrid, because they'll both be with colleagues and be able to say what's working and what's not, instead of being on an island like they were in the spring. So to the extent that there's professional development, and then, peer-to-peer learning and peer-to-peer probably professional development about what's working, it just can only get better through that first month and then continue through time. So, that's kind of what I heard.
Melissa.
I just wanted to say in response to Joe wanting to have a conversation, his question doesn't change my mind, but I think it just points out how we all view things differently. We either see the glass half full or we see the glass half empty. I don't look at it necessarily. I can't feel with a guarantee in everything that I am that we're going to yellow and red real quick. I'm going to have faith that the rules and regulations we put forth in the state of Massachusetts has kept us low. And yes, there are some hot spots and some high concentrated areas of Massachusetts, but to me, I have not seen any indication that gloom and doom is coming. That doesn't mean it's not coming, but I am moving forward, like Sam said, keeping things positive, making the best of today and tomorrow based on the health data. I don't want to say that we shouldn't go to hybrid because in 2 months we might be in the red. I'd rather take the chance of day to day working with Karen Carroll in the health department and all the experts that are talking about the health issues, and let that make the decision. We want science to drive this decision. That's been a request by many because that determines safety. So that's how I feel confident in my decision and wanting kids to go back. For the same reason I think it's safe for teachers to go back right now, for the same reason I think it's safe to send my own granddaughter back into school. I'm believing in the science, we're white or we're green, but to me, that still means go. High school needs a little bit more time to figure it out, and rightfully so, because their scheduling is so different than elementary and middle school, and they'll figure it out. I mean, there's plenty of other high schools. St. John's Prep is going back. They had no problem figuring it out. Essex Tech is a high school. They figured it out. So it just means figuring it out, and James needs more time to do that, and we need to give it to him. I don't think this is an indication that we should go all remote because one school needs a little bit more time. So I haven't been persuaded to change my opinion.
Okay, Joel?
So to that point, and I'm not advocating, first of all, I don't think I'm advocating anything at this point. I'm just trying to get us talking about this. To your point, the fact that there are other high schools going hybrid who have figured it out, and we haven't because we have challenges here that these other districts are not facing, again, makes me concerned that we can be as cautiously optimistic as we want, that we may find ourselves in a repeat of the situation 3 or 4 weeks from now where, you know, again, not through lack of effort or lack of trying, I genuinely believe that, Mr. Lummis, Mr. Cook believe they can get this thing figured out. We give them more time. But I'm saying, as our job as the decision makers here, should we go, listen, other high schools have figured this out. We seem to be struggling in a way that other districts aren't. These struggles are likely to continue. Is this a wasted effort if in 3 weeks we're having a very similar meeting and poor James is going, guys, I'm so sorry. We just cannot make this work. And now we're 3 weeks further behind, trying to figure out how we keep it remote, unfortunately, for the year. And so that's again, just that would be a shame if that was the case.
Samantha?
James, this is more of a question for you in regards to this. So say we can't figure it out, right? Say there's sort of some issues that were not, that were unforeseen, and in 2 weeks from now, you're saying this isn't gonna work. How hard do you think it's going to be to transition to full remote? Knowing that we will be in full remote at that point.
Right, so we will have prepared, as we all must, for being full remote. So we've designed the schedules to align. We're doing professional development, as I think Kathy referred to be able to be full remote, because as the mayor talked about, we have to be planning for what could be happening. But we also know that we want to, as soon as we can, we're in a situation that, Masconomet and Marblehead, which are, public schools, similar size kinds of schools, they're also having more time. Some other schools have bailed out entirely on the attempt. There are other schools that are, in the position we are in and I'm collaborating, we're talking to each other to figure these things out together. So we're thinking along the lines of what Melissa was saying, of like, if we're able to do it, this is what we want, right? We want kids to be able to come to schools in a safe way and get in front of teachers. It's what parents want. It's what my own children want in my house. We're looking to make that happen. However, answering your question again, we will be prepared, and we've built this thing to be able to transition into the hybrid, and we've built it so we can transition from hybrid into remote, again, if that becomes necessary for any number of reasons. So we can make that transition, and we're preparing the professional development, all the work from this summer, expanding that to other faculty so we can do remote learning really well.
One more follow-up question. Knowing that we're dealing with some logistical challenges, and again, I don't want to throw more challenges at you, but would it make sense to give families a little more time to decide whether or not they want to go full remote versus hybrid, knowing that, say we did have to go full remote, if we decide in 3 weeks that we need to go full remote, that there isn't going to be sort of an unnecessary equity issue? Does that make sense? So that some kids, are going to be on Play-Doh, and some kids might get the full remote with GPS teachers. Knowing that we're taking more time, does it make more sense to give families a little more time to think through that process?
Yeah, getting the information from families is going to allow us to plan the staffing. You know, we need to know what we're looking at with numbers of students and the particular areas of need for those students to then be able to design, you know, and take the staffing considerations as well. You know, we need that information so that then we can do the implementation, right? We have to, you know, posting the positions for the remote academy, and all of those things. We need to know, you know, what, how, you know, the number of students that we're talking about, so we can staff that remote option most effectively. So it's, you know, it is information that we need to have to build that option for, you know. So I completely understand your question, but is why we've gone ahead to ask families. It's for the planning purposes, so we can get to work on making that option, the remote learning option, as robust as we can, and staffed appropriately for the students who select it.
I think if there's anything that we have learned in the last 6 to 8 months, is that we don't know what's going to happen 2 weeks from now, or 3 weeks from now, or 4 weeks from now. We don't know. We have to deal with what we have now, make the best decisions we can with the facts that we know now, the science that we know now, and proceed. And if we have to change, which is what we're doing right now, we are capable of doing it. You know, if we have to be back here in 3 weeks or 5 weeks having the same discussion again, we'll have to do it. I mean, there's a lot of distrust in this country today about government and the lack of leadership and this and that. But I can tell you one thing, that this school committee was here until 1:30 making these decisions, and a week later we were back reconsidering them. And then the administration came forward with a plan, and we questioned it, and they came back and made adjustments. And if that's not how government should work, and that's what we are with government, we have administrators, we have professionals, we have to rely on them to provide the information and develop the plans. And if the plans don't work, then we have to do them again. I mean, that's, you know, to think that we can come up with an answer that's going to be good forever is in this day and age is ludicrous. We should all know that by now. And so we need to move forward. We need to give them the time and see if they come up with something. And if they don't come up with something, we'll be back here doing it again. But that's our job. Our job is to constantly make adjustments and try to do the best thing with the information we have at the moment, not what we think might happen down the road. I mean, especially these days. Sometimes you can make assumptions about what might happen down the road, but I would say right now we have no idea. So I'm going to support this. I want to compliment the administration. I want to compliment the whole school committee for hanging in there. You guys have all put in ridiculous hours right now. I mean, you know, there's no other organization in the city that is well, maybe the health department, maybe the DPW, but putting in the time that we are.
Excuse me, I think the whole city is. Don't even go there. Don't even go there. Just quit while you're ahead.
Okay, thank you, Safafia. So I'm going to support this. Is there any further comments before we go to a vote? Maria, can we have a roll call vote?
Ms. Weason,
Yes.
Kathy Clancy,
Yes.
Mr. Favazza,
Yes.
Chairman Pope,
Yes.
Ms. Prince,
Yes.
Mayor Taken,
Well, just for the record, the city clerk, the mayor's office, the police, the fire department, the board of health, the DPW are working their ass off as yes.
and Ms. Watson.
Yes.
It passes unanimously. Thank you. Thank you, everybody, for coming and the input. I appreciate the input that we've gotten from parents and teachers and students. community members. As Kathy alluded to, we have had numerous mail, emails, and letters, and it has all helped to inform us, and we'll just move on. And we still have some business to take care of. It's 9:59 at the beginning of this meeting. Somebody, might have been Melissa, said that we'd be willing to cut this meeting short without doing everything that we have to do. But there is a number of action items that I think we need to address. And then if we want to table the rest of them, so I'm going to ask Kathy to report out only on the for BNF, only on the items that are on the action item agenda.
Okay. The Building and Finance Subcommittee met on Wednesday, August 19th. Melissa subbed a bit for Joel, but Joel was also present for much of it. And so we took up quite a bit of information regarding the reopening, but I guess the first item of business we need to talk about is the transportation. We received a report on how transportation is going to work, and I don't see Adam as a participant. Is he an attendee maybe?
He's
Oh,
a panelist.
I'm sorry, I see him. So Ben, would you like Adam just to give a quick report on the transportation so people understand the motion that's come forward?
Yes, that'd be great. Adam, if you could just help us understand so the relevant factors that surround actually, if you could just give folks a quick summary about the safety procedures, including, which obviously includes the limiting the number of students on a bus, which then leads us to talk about how we need to just allow the 2 miles or more for students.
Sure. So the DESI guidelines came out, and the recommendation was finding ways to reduce the number of students on a school bus. Our capacity is at 1 student per seat, so we're at a capacity of 25 students on our school buses. Normally, we transport 7 passengers on our buses, so we're reducing that number significantly. So part of those guidelines, different recommendations, is to go with the state guidelines of K through 6, 2 miles and over only. We have also included providing transportation for 7 and 8, 2 miles and over only. Those students would be charged the $100 fee that's within the school committee guidelines or policy. So again, we're going to be running buses with 25 students on them. Family members can sit together, so there may be a few buses with a few extra students on them. But when you're only running your buses at 33% capacity, it's a significant decrease in the number of students you can transport. So we did send out that survey on Monday to families requesting information regarding their need for transportation, those who live 2 miles and over to either commit to parent transportation or needing the use of the school bus. In addition, recommendations came out. Students would be assigned seats. We would need to keep daily attendance for contact tracing. Students would need 1 stop AM and PM Monday through Friday to prevent overlap of buses and ensuring that more students can get transportation that need it. So there's a lot of different parameters in that sense. As far as sanitation, buses would be wiped down, obviously, in between routes, sprayed at the end of the night. Windows would be open during appropriate weather to increase ventilation. And then we are looking at putting a monitor on every bus, which we're in the hiring part now. We've gotten only 1 application so far, but we are looking at putting a monitor on our buses to assist with the wearing of face coverings and proper seating, so the bus driver can focus on the safety functions of driving the school bus. Was there another part that you want me to talk about? My speaker went out.
I think, unless there are questions from the committee, I think that's a good summary. Oh, actually, no, I'm sorry. I want to just explain, the only modification we're making at this point is in the past, we've, families K through 6 who lived 2 miles or closer, or so fewer than 2 miles away, had the option to pay a fee for busing. So we've eliminated that option. And going to the 2 miles or more, we've essentially just eliminated that option. So this is consistent with prior the existing policy, but we've limited it to just the 2 miles and above. The fee for 7 and 8 is the exact same policy that's been in existence for a while now. But just again, in order to limit ridership with the number of buses that we have at our disposal, we have to reduce the option of K to 6 families paying if they live less than 2 miles away.
Okay. Do you want me to make a motion?
I can bring the motion. Okay. I'll bring the motion. So the Building and Finance Subcommittee recommended to the full committee to waive the advisory on free transport arrangements, provision of admission of students to elementary schools policy, file JF, for the 2020-2021 school year, and I so move.
Second. Is there?
This is the policy that, you know, talks about our transportation arrangements.
Samantha.
What kind of support are we giving to families who don't have another option and live 2 miles or live within that sort of 1 to 2 mile range?
At this point, I mean, it's possible for them to carpool as long as those carpools stay consistent. We also will hope to organize what they call walking buses. So, you know, essentially, you know, what that means is, and we haven't arranged this yet, haven't organized it yet, would need some help from a number of folks, PTO, something actually PTOs could help with, and parents, is you have stops along the way where a family member can bring their child, okay, and there are other kids there who then are supervised by someone other than their own parents to walk to the school together. So of course they've got to be distanced 6 feet apart or that sort of thing. But you're essentially, you know, handing off at a defined spot that the school would create along the route. You're handing off your child to be supervised by other parents who offered then to walk the rest of the way to school. And if you can imagine having a few stops along the way where you're sort of picking up kids along the way, that would really, we don't have the staff to do that, but that's an option that schools can organize, and we can work with parents to organize that sort of option.
So for the schools that don't really have a safe, you know, West Parish, for example, you can't really walk to West Parish. Right. I know that in the past, we've provided some flexibility for families that might live on the route that's, I think, did we waive a fee at that school because there wasn't a walkable option? What did we do that was different for that school?
In one of the policies, there's a condition about safe walking distance. You know, I think kids on Harrison Avenue that were go to veterans would have had to cross 128. I think we picked them up on the bus. But what's happening here is that we can't do it. I mean, we can only get, because of the reduced number of kids that we can put on the bus, we have to sort of fall back to the minimum that we're required to do by law. Mm-hmm. So that's pretty much it. I mean, we can they figured out that we can transport the kids that live 2 miles away. We can transport the kids, the middle school kids that live 2 miles away. And that's about it. So that's.
We have asked on the form for parents to fill out if they have no other way of getting to school. And so that, and asked that for a reason, in this sort of, because of this possible scenario. But we have to wait till we figure out, how many people are requesting buses, how many people, if there are any space available on those buses or on specific routes. And then perhaps we can match up some of those families who said they couldn't do it, or they have no other options. But I just don't, I can't, without looking further at what we're getting back, because, for example, you could have a bunch of folks who would take a bus, who live more than 2 miles away, who then are opting for a road. And so that bus has spots on it then.
Right.
So we wouldn't run, buses that have spots, but we have to do some work to understand which buses might have spots available.
Thank you. That addresses my concern, just so, there's a way for us to track the families that really might need support, and maybe we can connect them with the PTO, or, I was just looking for some sort of mechanism to sort of support that family if they have no other option.
Thank you.
Any further discussion? Maria, can we have a roll call vote?
Ms. Weason,
Yes.
Kathy Clancy,
Yes.
Mr. Favazza,
Yes.
Chairman Pope,
Yes.
Ms. Prince,
Yes.
Mayor Taken,
Yes.
and Ms. Watson.
Yes.
It passes unanimously. Kathy, you want to go to the next item?
The next item Jonathan alluded to earlier in the meeting, and this is a transfer of the last amount in the school committee contingency account to cover incremental expenses this current fiscal year. So Ben, do you or Gary have a schedule to show from BNF, or maybe Gary just wants to talk through the numbers? Basically, we heard a report which showed the incremental costs, which is staffing, other technology and other supplies, and the sources of funds that will help pay for those. 2 of the grants that are available to us from the federal government really took care of a lot of it. The other portion was the contingency that we had already made a approval of a transfer out of the school committee contingency for the expenses, and this is the last amount of funds. And so the motion is to authorize the CFO to transfer $250,000 from the main office contingency account to the business office contract services account, and I so move.
Second.
Second.
Okay. Discussion.
I think most everybody was listening or part of BNF that day.
Okay.
I could, would it be helpful if I just added a little, thank you, that was a very good summary, Ms. Clancy. If I gave another, just a few basic numbers.
Go right ahead, Ben. Yeah.
So what we're looking at is $1.6 million in additional staffing costs. And that's a combination of potentially teachers or special education teachers, nurse aides, custodial costs, which is very significant because of all the cleaning we want to do and need to do, permanent subs. So we've detailed that out. And then in terms of the materials needed, that includes, I mentioned some of these today, disinfecting foggers, signage for directional and safety purposes, storage of excess furniture as we're moving more desks in and tables out temporarily, and things like PPE, like face shields and clear masks, so those sorts of things. And Mr. Frisch has done a nice job of identifying which sources of funding that would come from. So the ESSER grant, which is a federal grant, also US CARES grant, but then the additional need for to transfer the rest of the school committee contingency as well. So that just to give you some basics on that.
Is there any further discussion? Okay. Maria, can we have a roll call vote?
Ms. Weason,
Yes.
Kathy Clancy,
Yes.
Mr. Favazza,
Yes.
Chairman Pope,
Yes.
Ms. Prince,
Yes.
Mayor Taken,
Yes.
and Ms. Watson.
Yes.
It passes unanimously. There's one more item from BNet.
One more item from BNF. We, because of all the rearranging of furniture and getting furnitures out of the classroom so that the desks can be further spread apart, we will have to put certain furniture in storage. Gary gave a report. He compared 3 different prices on putting that furniture into, into a storage. And so we talked about entering into a lease with Holy Family Parish. So the motion is that we recommend to the full committee to enter into a lease agreement with Holy Family Parish in the amount of $8,000 for the 2020-2021 school year. And I so move.
Second. Joel?
Yeah, I have to just say this. I think it's ridiculous that the Catholic Church, one of the richest organizations on the face of the earth, is charging us money to put something in an empty building that they're not even using. Like, please, I'm no religious scholar, but I'm pretty sure this would be, this is not an act of charity charging us a slightly reduced rate from our competitors, for a building they own and is empty. So I'm not going to support this. I don't think we should spend a dime of taxpayer money to the Catholic Church to put stuff in an empty building they don't use. Sorry.
Are we using their furniture though too? Are we using their desks?
Yes.
That are otherwise just sitting there.
Yeah, they allowed us to use their desks, about 100 desks that we're using in the elementary buildings.
Joel, I don't think you're earning your angel wings tonight. Just saying.
That's okay, because his grandmother's going to wring his neck in his dreams.
Listen, if all Catholics like my grandmother, I'd be into that church, okay? Don't drag her into this. I'm not her fault.
Okay. Is there any further discussion on the motion?
No, I just want to let people know that I'm Catholic and I go to that church.
Okay. Okay.
I wish you were there when they spent 1.2 million to put it in so they can use it, Joel. Let's not go there. Okay, let's change it.
I said no to that too. I said no to vote back then.
Roll call vote, Maria.
Ms. Weason,
Yes.
Kathy Clancy,
Yes.
Mr. Favazza,
Oh.
Chairman Pope,
Yes.
Ms. Prince,
Absolutely.
Mayor Taken,
Absolutely.
and Ms. Watson.
Yes.
Okay, it carries 6-1. We have a couple of policies that we need to take a look at. And
oh my God, the devil's going to get Joe. The devil's going to get you, Joe.
okay.
Excuse me, Chairman Pope.
Yes.
There's an action item we skipped over, the acceptance of the grants.
Oh, you're right. You're right. I understand that. I'm just going backwards up from the. Let's see. Yeah, there's a whole section on grants. Let's do the policies first because there'll be more discussion on those, and then we'll do the grants because they should be easy, hopefully. So the first is approval of the revised harassment policy file ACAB. We approved it at our last meeting, August 12th. And we need to replace it with the policy that got put in the packet was not the right policy. And what we have in the packet tonight is the right policy. Maybe the first policy that we got was the MASC policy, and the policy that we should have been looking at, which is a little more narrow, is the MASS policy. Ben, do you want to weigh in on that?
I'm going to defer to Mr. Bach to help us understand the ins and outs of this, please.
Okay, thank you.
Hi, thank you. And I apologize for the last time this came up. Caught me by surprise when it was in the packet. Was not the one that I sent, but just in defense of Stephanie, she did send out a final check on the packet, and I didn't catch it. This policy, the policy file ACAB is, again, the MASC policy. I had our attorney, Michael Joyce, who we've worked with for years and who advises us extensively on civil rights policy. He's incredibly knowledgeable. I had him comment on it, a review on it. He gave a legal decision, which I shared in an email. And I think his key point really is that he has an objection that the MASC policy is too broad and applies the new Title IX regulations to across the board. And it's really just Title IX that the new regulations address. And so his recommendation is to replace with the policy that that he provided, File AC, and that will bring it back specifically the new guidelines to specifically just address Title IX, and then where you will see the extensive guidance is really in the grievance procedures that he has also shared and will be shared with, I'm assuming will be shared possibly at program subcommittee level. But this policy directs the superintendent to ensure that those kinds of procedures are established, and that the entire team that has to do the Title IX investigation procedures is fully followed and fully staffed. So I included the email in the packet, and hopefully you've had a chance to take a look at that. And the recommendation is to replace the MASC policy with this more narrowly focused File AC.
So procedurally, what you're asking for us is to replace the policy ACAB with policy non-discrimination harassment policy AC.
Correct.
I don't know whether we need to do we need to do 2 readings in this?
This is new language, so I would say definitely.
Yeah. So
Didn't we waive it?
And I'm wondering, should this go to a subcommittee?
Wait. We waived the 2 readings of this policy the last time.
yeah, well, that's what I'm saying is we can do that. We can waive the 2 readings and go direct.
Wasn't there a huge rush on this? I mean, you have this done like by law. Like,
Can I also mention one more thing? There was a deadline of the 14th. Technically speaking, ACAB covers us. It covers us more broadly than Michael Joyce recommends. So we are covered. If you want to take a look at it tonight, and then it's voted on next week, I don't see a problem with that because we are covered. And I'll give you time to take a closer look at this. And I don't think there's a need to rush it before next week.
Okay, so do we want to vote a first reading and then have the second reading next Wednesday? Or do we want to just waive the want to just table it until next Wednesday, and then we can waive the first reading. It's essentially the same. You know, not much difference. Melissa?
I just want to say I don't have the brain power to understand this right now. I mean, I can trust in the judgment of the attorney that put this forward if we want to. I would rather table it, but
Okay.
I can be convinced otherwise. It's not that big a deal. I usually like to read things before I vote on them,
Yep.
but I honestly am exhausted and don't
So
have.
let's, so
what
without
it needs.
objection, we'll waive the vote on the non-discrimination and harassment policy, AC, until next Wednesday, when we're going to have another school committee meeting. Okay? Without objection? Okay, that's done. We have another policy, and it's the face covering policy, EBCFA. And this one is a new policy. So this would be a first reading. I don't know whether everybody's had a chance to go through it and read it. But once again, this is something we want to have in place by September 16th. So once again, there is time if people are wanting to move on. We can table this one also. Nobody's saying anything.
I would like that. Could we table it?
Okay.
I want to read
So,
through it.
without objection, there's no problem with that, right, Ben, time-wise? No. Okay. So we'll table this policy too. We got a number of grants that should be easy here. Let's get back to the agenda. And the first one is, we have 9 grants. And let's just do this. Special education grant 240 grant for $924,845. And I so move.
Second.
Second.
Okay. Is there any discussion? This is an entitlement grant from the federal government and it's special education. Any discussion?
Are we doing each one of these individually?
Yes. Oh, do you want to, we can do it?
I think we should just read them off and do one motion if nobody objects to that. Just make sure the public knows exactly what we're voting on.
Okay.
That's just a suggestion.
So I can do that if there's no objection. Okay.
No objection.
Okay, Laura's nodding her head, so we're going with it. All right, so we have 9 grants here. The first one is the special education grant, 240 grant for $924,845. Perkins grant 400 for $30,208. Title I 305 grant for $621,173. Title II 140 grant for $111,173. Title III a 180 grant for $35,274. Title IV 309 grant for $41,705. The FY21 FC 336-613 supporting students behavioral and mental health grant for $84,115. The early childhood grant 262 for $25,674, and the FY21 Fund Code 118 Remote Learning Technology Essentials Grant for $71,294 for a total of 9 grants. And I so move.
Second.
Any discussion? Maria, could we have a roll call vote?
Ms. Wiesen,
Yes.
Kathy Clancy,
Yes.
Mr. Favazza,
Yes.
Chairman Pope,
Yes.
Ms. Prince,
Yes.
Mayor Taken,
Yes.
and Ms. Watson.
Yes.
So I just want to say that yesterday at the MSBA board meeting for August, they voted unanimously to approve the East Gloucester Veterans Building Project, and we will be moving forward. The next thing that will have to be done is we need to go back to the City Council and have get the property transferred to the school department. At that point, the MSBA will enter into an agreement, a financial agreement with us. They won't do that until we actually own the property. And that will be the next step. And after that, we'll have, we should have real numbers as to what the cost and what the reimbursement will be. And we will then proceed to the debt exclusion vote in November. So
just one clarification, Jonathan, it's only 10:30, so that actually, that vote was this morning. It was today, it wasn't yesterday.
Oh, that's right. Time just flies around here.
But it also is an example of bearing the lead. I mean, this is a very, very big step for this community.
Yes.
All of you and many others had a really, big hand in over many, many years. So that the MSBA is committing to fund many millions of dollars to the city with this at this point, and it's obviously for buildings we need and to make them more modern, but it's a big step. So the community should feel very pleased with the vote today.
Samantha.
So we got a really detailed email from Sarah Grow about the community eligibility provision about universal free school meals. Right. And I'm just curious if are we gonna do anything with that information? Or does Ben have anything to report out in terms of what he needs to do in relation to that? Is Gloucester considering it?
My understanding is Gloucester has considered this in the past, and through some thorough analysis, understood that it would create quite an imbalance in equity between a couple of the schools and others. So the committee would have to, re-look at that analysis, which I'm only vaguely familiar with. The other challenge on this is, it's due August 31st. And honestly, with everything that's going on, and this is not an easy decision. This is a decision that would, in some ways, could commit the committee or the community, the district, to subsidizing meals across the other schools, which is part of the conversation that's happened earlier. So I'm not sure if other members who were part of that conversation want to fill in some detail or background on this, but it's come before the committee before, and we voted not to go forward with. But I'm not sure what the timing on that was.
Kathy?
I think that was at least a couple of years ago that we discussed that, 2 or 3 years ago. Maybe Tony was still on the committee. And the analysis showed that I believe we had to have something like 63% participation in our lunch programs consistently for it to break even. And Martha Jo's analysis showed that it would cost us a significant amount of money. The other concern was discussed by the committee was that we could have individual schools qualify, so we could have veterans qualify and Beeman qualify. But Martha Jo has reported that when you pick a school or two, but not every school, then you have problems with the other schools and the equity to those families in the other schools that are paying for meals. And our current lunch program obviously has the families that qualify for reduced or free lunches. So the families that qualify for financial assistance are receiving that assistance. So she reported that a lot of districts had a lot of issues with collecting from those other families at the other schools. Now, that said, we could certainly ask Martha Jo at some point this year, because we can't get an email on August 24th on a deadline of August 31st. There's just no way, open meeting law analysis and everything, for us to even make it go through from a process perspective. But I think at some point after Martha Jo gets the year under control, maybe we can, we should have her come back and give us kind of an updated analysis on where we are, how our numbers fit within that. I would think our numbers will probably be different this year as well, but we won't know that until we get those applications. So even still, if we had more families that qualify, we can't guess what that number is right now. So the analysis may show something different, and it might make sense to be prepared for when it is time to apply again.
And it's a yearly application? Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
Something that we will, as Kathy did, pay very close attention to, particularly if there's some potential, or there is a possibility that we could apply district-wide. That's what we really prefer to do.
Thank you.
Okay. Is there anything else before we adjourn? Okay, do we have a motion?
I move to that we adjourn.
Second.
Roll call vote, Maria.
Ms. Weason,
Yes.
Kathy Clancy,
Yes.
Mr. Favazza,
Yes.
Chairman Pope,
Yes.
Ms. Prince,
Yes.
Mayor Taken,
Yes.
and Ms. Watson.
Yes.
Thank you very much. We will be meeting with the teachers Friday night at 6 o'clock. Stay tuned. Put it on your calendar. Good night.
Good night.
Good night, everyone.